Tallahassee, the capital of the great state of Florida.
Hyperbole is done. Now we can finally play the game.
There's no law against scalping tickets in this part of the country, and premium prices have been paid.
It is the third Saturday in October, and the show is on one more time in Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right, here we go. 56-yarder. It's got, no, does not have the leg. And Chris Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run it out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. There goes Davis. Oh, my God. Davis is going to run it all the way back. Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the football game.
They're still in deep trouble in midfield. They tackle him. The ball is still loose as they get it to Rogers. They give it back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. Oh, the band is out on the field. He's going to go into the end zone. He's going to the end zone. But the bands are out on the field. There were flags all over the place. The most amazing, sensational, dramatic, heart-rending, exciting, thrilling finish in the history of college football. California.
In trouble in the backfield, wants to throw now, and he's going to go deep. And I mean deep, and I mean touchdown, Florida! Tyree Cleveland in a miracle finish. A Hail Mary that's full of grace for the Gators.
It's a 31-30 game, and what does Nebraska do?
I have not seen the kicker come on the field, and I don't think he's coming on the field. Tom Osborne made this decision a long time ago. He's decided to go for two and take his shot and win, and I commend him for it.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska.
Incomplete. Here come the Seminoles of Florida State. One of the great traditions in college football. And Chief Osceola ready to get it started. College football. A matchup from the state of Florida.
Mooney flush, throws it down. Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it.
Buck back, third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw on a run, complete to the 25, to the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 40. Lindsey's got 45, 50, 45, 40. Run, Lindsey, 25, 20, 50, 10, 5. Lindsey's got. Well, I can't believe it. 92 yards, and Lindsey really got in a foot race. I broke my chair. I came right through a chair, a metal steel chair with about a 5-inch cushion. I broke it. The booth came apart. The stadium fell down. Now they do have to renovate this thing. They'll have to rebuild it now. I didn't mean to beg Lindsey to run, but I had to. You know, this game has always been called the world's greatest cocktail party. Do you know what is going to happen here tonight and up at St. Simon's and Jekyll Island and all those places? Man, is there going to be some property destroyed tonight.
Good morning, Vietnam. How the hell are y'all, man? I'm assuming all y'all were up late watching that disaster of, I'm done with UFC. I'm done with boxing. I'm done.
Don't rope us into this. No, I'm not letting you start it off like that.
What a waste of damn time that
Don't rope the UFC into that nonsense.
100%. I mean, that was a joke.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
I'm so disappointed. I mean, honestly, like some of the undercard fights were pretty entertaining, but. Yeah, I mean, I am so disappointed. I stayed up to watch Tyson just gas out after 30 seconds.
Yeah. Well, I'm just glad he didn't.
We all knew it was coming, but
it's almost like he's 60 years old. Yeah.
I'm just glad he didn't get sent through the ropes. That's what I'm happy about. I thought it was going to be pretty ugly.
And what sucked about it is that Jake, knowing that, he played defense in the first 2 rounds, which is why most people had Tyson winning those first 2 rounds. Mm-hmm. But he did it so that he could wear him out, and then the next 6 rounds, he knew Tyson wouldn't have. I mean, and okay, I can live with all that. We all pretty much knew, this was a traveling medicine show. But the broadcast itself sucked. But whether you were constantly buffering or just the overall internal part of it. Yeah. Who the hell they brought in to cover a boxing match? Rosie Perez. It's funny. We're sitting there on the couch, me and my wife, and I hear her voice. I didn't know it was her. I was like, God, dog it. That chick reminds me of that damn Rosie Perez, man. She's like the worst. Where did you get this gal from? My wife was Googling it as I was watching the fight. She goes, yeah, that is Rosie Perez. I go, what? And I muted it until it went back to the Tyson fight. After like two or 3 minutes of the first, I had to mute it. I was like, I can't listen to her. And then who was that? Roy Jones in there with them?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was just, I don't know. Boxing commentary as a whole was pretty
yeah,
bad.
I don't know if he's punch drunk or what, but he's dumber than hell. And you have just a bunch of, hey, he keeps messing with his mouthpiece. John, I mean, like, is that all the insight you have? Roy, weren't you a boxer? And whoever this play-by-play guy was, blow-by-blow, whatever they want to call it in boxing, it seemed like to me that they pulled him from like a bad WWE because everything was overly dramatic and it's the most incredible. And I'm like,
yeah,
dude. Ugh.
It's
anyways, how the hell are you? I had to get that off my chest because I think the American public is I think they're more pissed off than when Manny Pacquiao and who was the wife beater that he fought?
I think Floyd.
Yeah, Floyd Mayweather. Yeah. Did you say Pink Floyd? But
dude,
yeah,
I tell you what, I'm worried about the broadcast for the Christmas NFL games because they said they're doing that on Netflix too. So can only hope by then.
Rosie Perez gets in there and talk to you how to, he's got to catch the ball is what he's got to do.
I pray they get it together by then.
Anyways, how are you, Steven?
I mean, aside from that, I'm doing great. I am ready for some more football this weekend.
Doug, hanging in there or hanging out? How are you, bud?
Hanging in there after that last night.
In a no holds barred match, I give Doug a better chance of beating Jake Paul than Tyson last night. as long as we're in a bar room and Doug can get a hold of a chair or something,
No, I would lose because the first time I heard Perez's voice, I'd go insane and fall to the ground.
And Bobby, I'm assuming that you were, you're disappointed by it. Is there a big UFC fight tonight? Is that why they picked last night to do the boxing?
Yeah, there's UFC 309 on tonight. It's a pretty lackluster card overall. The main event I'm not super excited about because I don't like how it was set up, but I mean the co-main event is really good. I'm excited for that.
John Jones
I wasn't sure if
yeah, he should be fighting Tom Aspinall, but that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah.
So it's not a huge card.
Not a huge card, no. Even though it does have John Jones headlining, it's not the biggest card for the MSG card.
Okay.
Heavyweight title fight, right?
Yeah.
Because they've never seemed to care if they're going up against college football in the past.
Yeah.
Boxing and UFC. So I thought maybe they were trying to avoid a UFC
fight,
but I didn't care enough to actually research it. I was like, maybe there is. I know what I'll be watching. Let's go ahead and get into the cool games, and then we'll hit Steven's DFS. Let's go ahead and rock it. The cool games. Steven, what's your cool? Thank God we didn't do this like last night, right? Because we'd all been saying, Tyson, Paul. Steven, what's your cool game?
I was going to go Clemson-Pittsburgh, but it looks like the quarterback for Pittsburgh is going to be out today, so that game's losing a little bit of its shine. So give me I'm gonna go boring once again. Give me Tennessee-Georgia, big SEC matchup. Georgia's coming off of a really disappointing performance. It's going to be interesting to see if they can keep it together versus Tennessee.
Doug, what's your cool game of the day?
I'm in agreement. I'm going with Steven with Tennessee, Georgia. After what I saw last week with Georgia and what Ole Miss did to them, I'm just eager to see if Tennessee will do the same.
And Bobby, what about you?
I'll go to the world of the NFL for my cool game. I'm going to go with the Chiefs-Bills on Sunday afternoon. I mean, I think it's going to be one of these two teams representing the AFC in the Super Bowl. These are the two biggest heavy hitters in that division, or conference, sorry. I think it's going to be a great game. I think it'll be a little bit more defense-oriented than people may expect going into it. I don't think it'll be super high-scoring, but it'll be a great game.
I don't know if y'all were texting me in the chat. If I'm muted or unmuted, just let me know by saying it, because I got 9 things. I'm not like y'all. I'm not just sitting there on my ass staring at one screen. I got like 9 things going on. I don't see the private chat till much longer down the road. I usually catch it like at a commercial break, but we don't have commercial breaks. So anyways, my cool game, I'm going to go with the one that we chose to do this week on the radio network. We're going Tulane and Navy. I just think it's going to be an exciting game. It's going to be a fun game back and forth. And Tulane's a 7-point favorite. I'm kind of looking at Arkansas, Texas. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. But even though they're in Arkansas, Texas seems like a juggernaut at this point. So I'm a little concerned that game. We were a little concerned that game was going to turn into a boat race, and we wanted something that people will somewhat be able to tune in for at least a couple hours of the broadcast on external radio. I don't really care about from the YouTube side. The YouTube side, I just enjoyed doing whatever games. So I had it down to those, and I let them pick. And I guess we've got quite a few folks that are going to pick us up in the 11 a.m. hour from the Tulane region, and I guess there are a lot of folks from abroad listening for Navy. So, but anyways, that's kind of it. All right, Steven, let's go flying into your. Starting to call this the 4-minute offense because it's impossible to get this done in a 2-minute span. Let's do the fantasy football DFS.
It's fantasy football time. Fantasy football time.
All right, Steven, what you got on DFS?
I'm going to say it's going to be a shorter segment this week. Pricing is very tight. There's like a lot of the good games and plays that we would like to see are not on the slate. We had Philly and Washington on Thursday night. We have Cincinnati, Los Angeles Chargers on Sunday night, and Dallas and Houston on Monday. So it's going to be a very interesting week. Just the first game I'm going to talk about that'll really tell you how interesting it is. New Orleans and Cleveland. It's in going to be a dome game in New Orleans. The Saints looked a lot better first game post Dennis Allen. They are still missing Chris Olave and Rashid Shaheed, but Kamara should see 30, probably 25, 30 touches once again. Taysom Hill should see a lot of work, as ugly and just painful it is to play him in DFS. Still looking like a great play. Also, Juwan Johnson from that side, but the team looking for in that game is the Browns. You got Jameis Winston coming in in a revenge spot against the Saints. And you have. I
wonder if it's still a revenge spot for him, considering the turnover.
It's the front office is still there. It's Allen's gone, but the front office that decided he wasn't worth it is. They're still going to be there, but especially with the Saints trading away Marshawn Lattimore, that defense is just depleted. They have nobody in the secondary. They cannot generate any pressure. They have given up the fifth. This defense is just bad in general. Not only they've been shredded on the air, they've been shredded on the ground. They've given up the fifth most points in the league to running backs over the past 4 weeks. This could be a potential big breakout game for Nick Chubb. On the receiver side, Cedric Tillman is going to be the popular option for Jameis Winston, and for DFS players, I like going Jerry Jeudy. He's at a similar place. They're both around 5,300, and I also like going to Elijah Moore. He's at 4,300. He gets honestly the biggest target share for for Cleveland. And I also like David Njoku. He's just a dominant tight end, one of the best in the league. He's still at a reasonable price. A couple of the games I'm targeting. Obviously, everyone's going to be looking at Detroit and Jacksonville. They should put up they could put up 50 points here easily. Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to be the popular option there, but I still love going to David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs on the ground, and also Jamison Williams as a good pivot at wide receiver. There's no Sam Laporta this week, so he should get a few extra targets. In Jacksonville, they really struggle with the deep pass, so it could be a very ugly game out in Detroit. And then a couple other small stacks I'm looking at: Russell Wilson and George Pickens. We've seen that Baltimore can't stop anybody, especially number one receiver. Pickens should have a massive day. And then a couple other, I like Bo Nix to Cortland Sutton out in Denver. Atlanta has really struggled against the number one receiver as well. And Bo Nix actually has a really high floor because he's been getting a lot of rushing yards. So I love that there for at a cheap price. You can also go Kyle Pitts as a run back. And then, sorry, Doug, I hate to say it, but we could see the breakout of Tua and Tyreek Hill this week. Tua is only 6,000. Tyreek is looking at, let me double check the price on him. He is at 7,400. I mean, those are both $1,000 minimum less than we're used to seeing them get them while they're cheap. They're both looking at under 10% ownership. Throw in Devin H in there, and you could have a potential big day.
I don't mind. My family's happy for that.
All right, sounds good. Let's go ahead and jump into the stupid underdog pick.
There's no need to fear. Stupid underdog is here. Stupid underdog. Stupid underdog.
Stupid underdogs, where we pick an underdog to win outright. If we get it right, we get the points that are underdogs. If we cover the spread, we get 2. If we don't cover the spread, we lose 2. Go ahead and throw up the standings real quick so everyone has an idea, and I don't have to rattle it all off. There you are on the left side of the stupid underdogs. Bobby right now running away with it. He did lose a couple points last week, but all in all has had a very good – man, Bobby, Vandy finally screwed you.
Yep, they did.
It took
Never
a long
picking
time.
them again.
It took
Never
a long
again.
time. You've been riding Vandy all year long. You're way up.
Yep. Well, I wanted to get Hawaii last week because we talked about it, and you ended up getting some points out of that, I think.
Yeah.
So.
And they were right there neck and neck all game long.
Yeah, they almost had it. They almost had the win.
Yeah, they kind of had some blunders towards the end, and at that point I was having some whiskey, so everything got a little fuzzy. But I was watching that in the BYU game. BYU damn near lost their undefeated status.
Well, they kept their 0, but they didn't help me with my pick. One of my 6-pack picks, I had them to cover.
Yeah, BYU
the big spread.
Right. I think it was 2.5 or 3, whatever it was.
Yeah.
But BYU should have lost that game. They were bailed out by a couple of calls by the refs, but also just in general, Utah just didn't put the game away. Yeah. They're in Colorado today, and I think they're going to get boat raced because Colorado being at home. And I there's something to be said for when you play your arch rival. The next week there's going to be a letdown, and it's an early kickoff. I just think you're going to see them kind of. I'm not taking Colorado because I can't stand the whole Dion thing, but I wouldn't be opposed to anyone who would take Colorado because I feel like they're going to run the score up. All right, especially. I would say they're going to try to get the ball to Travis Hunter as much as possible, right? Because he's the favorite for the Heisman right now, which I thought he was probably done for when he missed a couple weeks for the injury, but he ended up bouncing back, and there you go. All right, stupid underdog. Steven, what you got? You're up first, sir.
So if this was last night, my pick would have been Missouri. The point spread, when I checked, it was 14.5. It is down to 12.5 now. I don't like the going from 2+ touchdowns to now under 13 points. It
went down to 11 on Hard Rock too this morning.
Oh wow!
Someone must put a crap ton of money on freaking Missouri because I haven't seen that move in all the other books. So that's the only explanation I have. But anyways, go ahead.
I mean, like the stat. Like I'll still offer the main stat I was going to offer. There's no Brady Cook, but like this season, underdogs in SEC conference games are 32-15 against the spread, and road underdogs are 17-14-1 against the spread. So I mean, I was stupid underdog. I was going to love to get the 2+ touchdowns, but I'm going to stay away from for that. So like my stupid underdog this week, let me just triple check the points. I'm going to go Northwestern plus 28.5. Ohio State has Indiana and Michigan coming up in the next couple weeks. This could be a potential look-ahead spot. I mean, this is not the best Northwestern team we have seen by far, but it's in Wrigley. He could have the Chicago crowd behind him. We've seen crazier things happen.
What was the number again, Steven?
28.5.
28.5. So Steven plus 28.5 with the Northwestern. All right. I believe, Doug, that means it is your turn, sir.
I'm taking Georgia today. It's -9 or +9 rather.
You're taking what?
I am taking Tennessee to beat Georgia. Georgia's favored by 9.
Gotcha. Your audio was cutting out.
Oh, sorry.
So you got the Vols +9, and then I guess that goes to me. So let me see what the hell's left, because take the Vols off the board. I had Pittsburgh scratched in there, but since their quarterback's not playing, there's no way in hell. I already knew that one. I'm on the fence of another one, but I'm going to go ahead and play it relative. I don't say this is safe, but I'll say that there's a decent chance of this happening. Give me noon kickoff. What do we got here? Where's the line? Or is it a noon kickoff? I thought it was. Yeah. Give me Arkansas +13 at home. If they can get the early lead and stick with it, they'll be all right. But if Texas goes out there, puts a couple early scores up, you could almost wrap the whole thing up. So I got to try to find a way to catch Bobby. Bobby point can basically 4-putt his way all the way to the back 9, and he'll be fine. Where are you going, Bobby?
I really like the Tennessee call at +9 versus Georgia. I actually think they're going to win as well. But I'm going to go with Arizona State to cover +7.5 against Kansas State. Arizona State's, they've had a good year this year under Kenny Dillingham. They're 7-2 on the season. They've put up a lot of points on offense. I think this is going to be a high-scoring back-and-forth game, and we could see Arizona State on the road pull off an upset. I have them +7.5.
That one crossed my mind for some reason. Every year, you always get a couple of teams that I just enjoy watching, and for some reason, Kansas State's one of those. So I was like, I can't pull against them to lose, man. But I can definitely see Kansas State has escaped some big time. Some scares. By the way, so now we're starting the show a little later, and so in the background, I can't even have it on the background volume on anymore. Freaking College Game Day. From 9 o'clock till 10:30, there were 4 sad song type of freaking montages that they put together. 4 of them, where everybody was walking to school uphill in the snow both ways, back and forth. I mean, it was unbelievable. There was something on there about some kid who they were making Star Wars references. That's all I can. I wasn't 100% paying attention, but I was like, where the hell's the mute button at? The only reason I even keep it on is to see if there's any kind of breaking news. But they've absolutely let that go. Anyways, we move on. I guess it's about that time to get into the National Football League with our picks this week. All right, National Football League. This is part of our 6-pack. We do 3 and 3. You can see the numbers right there. If you want to look at them, you can pause it, but we'll kind of push for time. As we get closer to, and there's fewer, we're going to do probably like 4-2 or 5-1 because there's going to come a point where you're like, dude, what do you want me to take? Like the AAC over under? I haven't won the championship game. I have no idea what's going on there. Let's see. I don't know whose turn it would be to start first. Let's just go with Bobby, I guess. Bobby, your NFL picks. Give me your first pick in the National Football League.
My first pick, I'm going with the Bengals-Chargers game here. I got the Bengals plus 1.5. I just think they've played way better than their record indicates this year. They've been incredible on offense. Joe Burrow has been playing the best he has in his career. Jamar Chase is also having an incredible year. And I just think the Chargers, they don't have quite I don't want to say, I don't know if exciting is the word, but I don't think they have the offensive firepower to keep up with the Bengals here. And I could see a world. I don't think the Bengals are going to run away with it. I think it'll be competitive, but I do think the Bengals will win this one, and they're 1.5 point underdogs, so I'm going to take them here.
That's an interesting one to me because I watch a lot of the VSiN and all those types of shows, and that's been a popular pick, Cincinnati. But are the Chargers like the most underappreciated team in the National Football League at this point?
I guess so. And honestly, when I watched that game with the Cardinals and Chargers, I was like, we didn't really impress anywhere. We just kind of etched out a close win, but that win has aged pretty well. And the Chargers are a solid team this year. They play some competitive football under Jim Harbaugh. They're a really tough team to beat, but I think the Bengals have the tools on offense to get it done.
And T. Higgins will be back this week.
Yeah, that too.
I did see that. It amazes me. I think I'm steering clear of it because what I've seen over the last several years in the National Football League, I want to take the Bengals.
Yeah.
But I've been wildly impressed by how Harbaugh has taken the reins. I thought he would need him at least a year to kind of get his feet underneath him.
Well, especially after they kind of cleared house with all those players leaving and stuff because of the cap space situation. I thought it would take a while, but no.
And they've done a great job. I mean, J.K. Dobbins has been a godsend, but not just that. I think a lot of it has to do with Justin Herbert no longer is expected to carry that team on his shoulders.
Yeah.
And he's just it's a Sunday night game I'm actually looking forward to.
Absolutely.
Some of these have actually been kind of but that late window on Sunday rolling into Sunday night is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Won't be a lot of fun at work the next morning, but it'll be a lot of fun Sunday night. You have to get up at like 4:30 on Monday. So, anyways, Steven, what is your first pick?
My first pick, I'm gonna segue from my keep it going from my DFS segment. Give me the over 44 in New Orleans and Cleveland. Like I said a good amount, but I mean there's gonna be offense. They're not two very not good defenses right now with two offenses that can put up some points and move the ball. I think 44 should be an easy number to hit.
What's the number?
44.
Oh, I thought you said 34. So why did it drop? Holy crap. We're taking a timeout. I'll be right back. Let me get my phone. Okay. 44. So I'm showing 44 and a half.
44 and a half. Yeah.
Okay.
It whipped a little bit, but yeah.
Have y'all noticed whether or not the ESPN line, if it automatically updates, or do you always have to refresh the page?
I think you have to refresh.
Okay.
I've just been going on the actual ESPN book because it refreshes a lot quicker on there.
Yeah, I have to. Anyways, okay. I'm on the actual website because it lays out better so I can see it all. So you are going Cleveland and Nolans over 44 and a half. Dude, Chris Olave, by the way.
Might be time to hang him up.
Yeah.
What a bust that was. I've got him in at least 2 leagues.
I see. I feel like I open up social media and see him unconscious on the field a few times a year at this point. It's kind of
I mean
2 receivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's the 2 of. I don't know. He might actually take Tua's crown here shortly.
Yeah, well, I mean, with all the outrage about Tua needing to retire, I think it's a lot worse for Chris Olave, and I think it's Denzel Ward as well. He gets a ton of concussions. But
Well, the problem with Chris Olave is a receiver, so he
doesn't get as much attention.
Yeah, he's much more vulnerable to your point of those collisions.
Yeah.
Doug, what is your first pick in the National Football League?
My first pick here, I had the Browns and the Saints as well, but I got going the other way. I'm taking the under in this game at 1.5. New Orleans offensive have this week. Alvin Kamara is about the only thing offensively that New Orleans has going. And the Browns, even though they're a bad team, defensively, I think they've been playing well. So I think you're going to have a defensive struggle in this game. Take the under.
The one thing you can't account for, though, which is why I would kind of lean towards the Steven, is a couple of pick sixes by Jameis Winston will make that score shoot the hell up. You're like, ah! You're just starting to sit down and enjoy the game, trying to find the game. You get your chips and dip in front. You go, why the hell is it 14-0? What happened? That's the only thing I'd be concerned about. Man, Deion's now wearing camo. He's got camo gear with Prime on. He's got Prime camo gear. He's taking money from idiots out there in Colorado left and right. He's got Prime. He's got camo gear on like he's going out hunting, but he's got the big shades. He's got a chain. Please stay in Colorado. I swear to God, if they hire him. This will be a strictly National Football League show.
Wouldn't that be funny with all the trash you're talking about? Me for like a week or two wanting us to hire Deion if you guys ended up hiring him?
I just don't think they would for a couple of reasons. The number one thing is the way he tried to diss Florida State.
Yeah.
When he first came on, because he was trying to get it, he was trying to build his brand.
Yeah.
But man, I wouldn't throw any money towards him because I have no faith he's staying.
Yeah.
I mean, even if he does not get an NFL job, let's say the rumor is true and he is offered a job from the New York Giants because they're going to draft Shedeur Sanders, right? Let's say all that crap happens. Let's say he goes, no, I'm going to stay. How interested is he going to be in coaching college football when his sons are gone?
True. And his third son, Travis Hunter.
I think he's very motivated this year to prove he can do something.
Yeah. And
he probably learned some valuable lessons from last year. But I just have no faith that I don't think he's there to build anything.
It's true.
I think he's in there to build him. And I guess he wants to coach in the NFL. I will tell you this, it's easier to coach in the NFL. You don't have to do all that recruiting and all that nonsense year round. So if you get a chance to go to the NFL, man, unless you just love college football or love where you're at, I'd get the hell out. My first NFL pick, I'll make this short and sweet. What is the line? The line is -1. Give me the Browns. I think Cleveland's they're coming off a bye week, and I think they'll find a way to win that game. I'll be interested to see how open the offense is with Jameis Winston in a bye week. But regardless, I just feel like the Saints are falling apart and the Browns are moving up. Bobby, what's your second pick in the National Football League?
I'm going to the Texas Showdown on Monday Night Football. I got the Texans covering -7 versus the Cowboys. I just think it's going to be a disaster until they fire Mike McCarthy. The Cowboys are in a state of disarray. Micah Parsons, he's in the locker room doing interviews post-game, openly kind of trashing Mike McCarthy. I mean, it's a mess. And Jerry Jones won't let it go. He won't let it go. It's just going to continue to evolve and get worse.
Talking that smack, man.
Yep, it's a nightmare for Cowboys fans, and I think it's going to continue until they fire McCarthy. So yeah, give me Texans -7. I'll be all over that until they fire him.
Texans -7. Steven, what you got?
Give me a Denver -2. Atlanta does not. The Falcons do not travel well, and we've seen the Broncos be competitive no matter who they're playing this year. I love the upside. the Falcons really can't get any kind of pressure against the quarterback, and the Broncos have a good offensive line. And on the flip side, while the Falcons do have a good offense, the Broncos are pretty stout at both the pass rush and the rushing defense. Plus, you got Patrick Surtain shutting down Drake London. I think Broncos easily cover the 2 points here.
I like it.
Broncos -2. I can't argue against that. I mean, honestly, pulling for Atlanta, probably the third year I've actually been pulling for the Falcons in the NFC, but they're going to find a way to win the division because of the injuries to Tampa Bay, but I don't think they're going to win on the road. Denver turned this around a lot quicker than I thought they would. And there were some people that were really down on Bo Nix, and they were wildly wrong. I think he's been phenomenal.
Yeah. He's exceeded my expectations.
If they keep this up, Denver Peyton could be in the conversation for Coach of the Year.
And he should be if they keep this up. They're expected to be terrible.
If they get in the playoffs, that might do it for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of it will probably depend on what does Mike Tomlin do. Because he keeps getting the Steelers rolling. 3 or 4 loss Steeler team going into the playoffs, winning a division, that would end up. I think that would seal the deal and give him Coach of the Year.
True. Sunday will be big for that.
He's a Hall of Fame coach at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
He probably. He already is. I'd imagine. Right?
I think he's realistically on that trajectory. But yeah, this type of season and being able to, the fact that he's never had a losing season, considering he's been dealt some really bad hands.
Yeah.
Duck Hodges.
What's that?
He had Duck Hodges as his quarterback.
My goodness. Mason Rudolph, Duck Hodges.
I mean, he's had the injuries, and yet since Big Ben's been gone, he's been they really haven't had a quarterback, and you can't even say Russell Wilson has been some phenomenal quarterback. But he's played much better in Pittsburgh than he did in Denver.
Yeah.
Doug, I think it's your turn. What's your second pick in the NFL?
I was going right green with Bobby. It's easy money taking the Texans over the Cowboys. Being a Raiders fan, I'm just going to say, watching an organization destroy itself, Dallas is just tearing itself apart. I've never seen a team that their front of the house is as delusional as they are. Phil McCarthy goes, and what's his name gets a lobotomy, or Jerry Jones gets a lobotomy, or is in an asylum. Cowboys are going to be bad for years to come.
My second pick will be, so I do like the Steelers and the points, but the pick I'm actually going to go with, I think this over-under is extremely high, 48.5. These are two teams that play each other it's usually whenever you see a Pittsburgh-Baltimore game, and I get it that Baltimore's defense isn't what it used to be, but the main problem they have is the passing game. That's not necessarily I think they can keep the ball away from Pittsburgh enough to drain that clock. 48.5, that's a high over-under. And that Steelers defense is still really good. I think they're going to stymie the Ravens. I think it's going to be a typically when I think of Steelers-Ravens in November, and it should be pretty chilly up there, and I'm thinking like 17 to 16 type of game. 48.5 is going to – they're going to have some big plays to get to 48.5. So give me the under on that. Bobby, what you got?
My last NFL pick, I'm going to the NFC West. And usually when there's divisional games with a reasonably high spread, I like to take the team that's the underdog in that one. I think the Seahawks being a 6.5-point underdog versus the 49ers is a bit bizarre to me. They've been a competitive team this year. They've been a good team. I like what Mike McDonald has done so far. And the 49ers, I don't know. People seem to have this expectation that they'll turn it around on a dime. They just haven't been that good this year. They haven't been great. I think Seahawks will cover the 6.5-point spread. I think it'll be a competitive game, and I think they can even win.
The only thing that's giving me pause on that is that over the years, but to your point, much better 49er teams, they really handled the Seahawks. They've struggled in other divisional games, but they have really handled the Seahawks. It's definitely a game that both teams desperately need.
Yes.
But if I had to pick that spread, I feel like I would. I think I would go with Seattle, but it's one of those you hold your nose.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watch it. You hope for the best and check the score around 8:30 Sunday night.
I'm hoping for the Seahawks win. It'll be good for the Cardinals.
The Cardinals, man, I'll tell you what, we're getting dangerously close to hitting that season-long bet.
You got it, brother. Don't worry.
Never touch the money. Never touch the money. Steven, what is your third pick in the NFL?
I'm going to go with teaser here. Detroit is currently laying 14 points against the Jaguars. While I do think they're going to cover that, it is just so hard for me to bet a team covering 14 points in the NFL, no matter what the matchup is. So I'm going to tease that down 6 points to Detroit -8. And I'm going to throw the Dolphins in there to bring that total down to -1. So essentially, you're picking the Dolphins to win and the Lions to cover by a touchdown. I think I don't know if Miami will cover that spread, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to win. It's a home game. They're seeming to get themselves back together, and Raiders are kind of on the opposite trajectory. And yet, I mean, like the Detroit should hit 8 points pretty easily in this matchup. So yeah, I mean, about Miami -1 and Detroit -8.
John's asking what the season-long bet. It was Arizona's over 7.5 wins.
Need 2 more.
I got that one, and I had the Steelers over 8.5. So I'm 2 away from the Steelers, and 2 away from the Cardinals. Right? Aren't they sitting at 6?
6 and 4, yeah. And we got the Patriots and the Panthers on the second half of the schedule. So I like your chances.
Well, I would think it's going to hit, but injuries, it's never a given.
True.
All right, so Steven's going Detroit -8, Miami -1, and a teaser. I actually might have to be taking that one. I love the teaser. That seems like easy money. Doug, what you got?
The Rams take the 4.5. Rams defensively, I like how the young guys that they put in are kind of coming together as a team. So take the Rams all day, 4.5.
Oh, okay. Rams -4.5.
Yeah.
I was like, you're not getting 4. You're not taking 4.5.
No.
No one's been a 4.5 point underdog against New England since probably the day Tom Brady stepped off the field.
Yeah.
My last pick in the NFL. Man, what is the number now? It's 46.5. Man, give me the Jags Lions over 46.5. I just don't see how on God's green earth
Detroit scores under 50.
The Lions don't score 40 themselves.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know what's going to happen with Trevor Lawrence. It's sounding more and more like he probably won't play. But have y'all seen anything different?
Oh yeah, no, he's not playing.
Mac Jones.
He's probably out for the season.
But all that probably means is that the Jags won't hold on to the ball very long. It's just going to be boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
It reminds me when they played the Titans. I think they ended up giving up 14 points to the Titans, but they scored like 48 in their own right. So,
you love teasers. Take Detroit -8 and then like the over 40.5.
There you go.
They don't let you do an in-game teaser on a Hard Rock.
Okay.
Bastards. But hopefully one day that will change. All right, let's get into our college football picks. Here, what is it? Week 11? Is that right?
Oh my.
College football?
For football or college?
Yeah.
Week 12.
It's week 12. Oh, wow. Okay, here we go. College football picks. See, Bobby went first on the NFL. Doug, what you got on the college football picks?
My first one, Kansas at BYU. I think it's going to be a big shootout between these two teams. Kansas is in the last 4 games has been averaging 30-plus points a game. BYU at home is averaging almost 40 at home. So give me the over at 57.5.
I think you're actually getting at 56.5. So we'll give you the.
Oh, it went down. It was 57 last night. Okay.
All right, Bobby, what you got on your first college football pick?
My first pick was Doug's stupid underdog pick. I'm going with Tennessee +9 versus Georgia. It looks like Nico is playing this weekend for Tennessee. That's huge. That is kind of what this comes down to for me. If he was playing, I would think Tennessee is going to win. If not, I'd pick Georgia to win. Carson Beck is horrendous. He's a terrible quarterback, and I just think he's going to make too many mistakes for them to win and beat a solid Tennessee team.
One of the things you can do, Steven, inside the Hard Rock Bet app is you can bet. So they'll have a drop down to where it's not quite a teaser, but depending on the game, it is, because some of the games they have long spreads. Some of them they only have like about a 4-point swing either way. But one of my favorite ones to do is to take Tennessee, get it to the. I want to say you get it all the way up to 14.5, and then shoot the over up, and you can get it to almost like a +100. So I see.
It's essentially same game parlays, alternate spreads.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So we're talking about. I believe the number with Vols +14.5 and under 52.5. I believe that number was right about +100. It might have been a touch higher or a touch lower, but regardless, it's not my play I'm going to give you all today because it's a little too confusing for people. But I do like that one a lot because I just feel like that Tennessee defense, no one talks about it. That thing has been stout.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to move the ball even with Amaliva going in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm mispronouncing it, but I've always called him Amaliva because I'm assuming he's eventually going to leave you. But I don't think Georgia's offenses look very damn good. I feel like it's going to be a good old fashioned rock fight behind the dumpster, and whoever wins isn't going to win by a lot.
Mm.
The people who are on Georgia and thinking they're going to lose 2 in a row and they're going to be at home. This is not the same Georgia team. No. Beck is not played as well as everyone expected him to. It seems like he always makes a couple of boneheaded moves each game. But anyways, I'll shut up about that. Steven, what is your pick?
Let me double check the time. I think it's a 7:30 game. 7:30 on NBC. I'm going to take Oregon -13.5 over Wisconsin. Oregon's the #1 team in the country for a reason. And just Wisconsin just isn't the same team without Tyler Van Dyke. And then just going into the numbers, Dan Lanning with Oregon, he's 10-3-1 against the spread on the road with Oregon. And as when he's favored by 14 or more, 13.5, 14, depending on your book, he's 23-0 straight up, 16-7 against the spread. I think this is a spot where Oregon dominates pretty easily.
All right, my first college football pick. Checked. I believe it's a 2:00 kickoff, which is a really strange time. It was either 2 or 2:30. Let me double check this. 2:30. Excuse me. 2:30. Give me the Illinois Fighting Illini -2 at home against Michigan State. Rock fight, but I'll take the home team. And I haven't had a chance to check the weather and whatnot, but the over seems a little high too. Michigan State does not move the ball.
You said that was at 2 p.m. by the way.
It's a 2:30 FS1. I don't know why they picked 2:30. Strange, but I guess they're trying to get people to watch that before you actually want to watch the 3:30. But the problem with that theory is you're probably still watching the noon kickoffs, and they're coming down the stretch. I don't get that theory behind it, especially since it's FS1 and their parent is Fox, who has the Dion game. So you're trying to steal people away from the Dion game. I don't know. But anyways, not important to the pick. Illinois -2. Who we got next? Is it Doug again?
Yeah.
Yep.
Doug,
Yep.
what you
My second game is Syracuse and Cal. I just think the point spread is too high. I'm Syracuse against the point. The point spread is 10. Syracuse, Syracuse, I think the reason the point spread is as it is because of how bad they looked last week. But Syracuse, I think it's got enough of an offense to keep up with Cal. So take Syracuse plus 10.
Yeah, that seems like a really big number for Cal. I'd like to remind everybody that's Florida State's only freaking win. And they're giving up 10. I know they're at home, but they're giving up 10. That seems like that's a bold strategy, Cotton. I would not be laying 10 with the team that lost. By the way, Syracuse is 6-3. I know they're not getting another weird start. The CW, because everyone knows how to find that channel, right? 3 o'clock kickoff. So what the hell are they doing? Anyways, Steven, what you got?
I'm pulling up the exact line now. It's like I'm looking at the Clemson-Pittsburgh game. I mentioned it last week. Clemson is just a dominant team in the first quarter. It was a little bit shaky last week. They ended up, I think they missed the cover by half a point. They're currently a 3.5-point favorite in the first quarter right now against Clemson. There's no Eli Holstein, and Dabo Swinney is just dominated as a road favorite. I really think he's going to come in here looking to get revenge on the loss from last year. Clemson 3.5 in the first quarter.
All right. And Bobby, what you got?
My next pick, I'm going to the BYU Kansas game. I have BYU covering the 2.5-point spread. Jalen Daniels and Kansas isn't as good of a team and quarterback as we remember them from a couple of years ago when they had that surprise year that they put together. They haven't been quite as good. I know they're capable of putting up a lot of points on the board, but I think BYU, with how sloppy of a game they had last week, they had a close one against Utah. I think they get back on track and they pick up a big win against Kansas this week.
What's the line they're showing right now?
2.5, I'm seeing.
Minus 2.5.
Not mistaken.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and stick with my stupid underdog. I'm going to take Arkansas plus 13. That is an old rivalry. It gets kind of overlooked because Texas is just coming into the SEC, so it doesn't feel like an old rivalry, but that's an old school rivalry. And it's going to be in Arkansas. Arkansas tends to play a lot better at home. Give me Arkansas. I don't see a double-digit victory unless Arkansas falls behind early and then the whole thing crumbles. But it's going to be very important that very first quarter for them to at least be either standing toe-to-toe or within puncher's distance heading into the second quarter. If they're down 14-0, it's probably a wrap.
Yeah.
Okay, back to you, Doug. What you got on your third and final college football pick?
My third one, I'm doubling down. I'm going back to my underdog pick. Tennessee take the point plus 9 against Georgia. I just never understand why everybody thinks Georgia's offensively a good football team. Week after week, it's the same thing. Georgia's lousy. Go Tennessee. I'm sorry. It drives me crazy.
Braves Country Radio, happy hearing that.
I know, but I just don't understand these odds makers. Every week they give Georgia +8, +9 against Ole Miss last week. I don't know why anybody thought that Georgia was going to beat Ole Miss last week.
I think it happens in college football. I think you fall in love with the brand, and it just And that's why early on in the year I guarantee you if this game was taking place week 3, BYU would be getting points right now.
Yep.
Right.
They're finally starting to wake up to the fact, and the only thing that makes me nervous about that BYU game, but I do like that spread. I wish it wasn't 2.5 because I wish it was closer to 2 or 1.5 because BYU can win an ugly rock fight like we saw last week.
Yeah.
All right. Is it Bobby next or is it Steve? I'm confused.
Bobby.
Okay.
Bobby, what you got?
My last one, it kind of ties into my stupid underdog pick as well. I have Arizona State, Kansas State. Instead of going with the spread on this one, I'm going to go with the over in total points. Both teams have been scoring a lot this year. They've been capable of putting up a lot of points. Kenny Dillingham, obviously, Arizona State's coach. I like what he's done there, especially offensively. I just think it's going to be a high-scoring back-and-forth game. I think it could come down to one possession, but I'm going to take the over pretty comfortably in this one.
What's the number again, Bob? Bobby?
51.5.
51.5.
Yep.
All right, Steven, what you got?
I'm going to go to. I hate myself for picking this game, but give me Colorado minus 13.5. Like you said last week, Utah just couldn't. They couldn't put it away against BYU, and that kind of just shot the hopes for their season. I mean, like with all the expectations they came in with, there's no Cam Rising. Things are just falling apart there. And like on the other side, Colorado is they're looking better and better each week. Sanders and Hunter are like they're going to want to push that Heisman case for Hunter. I think they can easily surpass that 2 touchdown total.
So what number are you showing?
13.5.
Okay. Minus 13.5. Yeah, if I just didn't despise that whole dog and pony show, I would be all over that one. What is the over under for Colorado's total points? Do you have that on you, Steven?
Pulling it up right now.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Colorado over under total points is, if ESPN can load any slower, 28.5.
Okay.
I can almost go that number too.
Yeah, I you know what? I'm gonna leave it alone because I hate when we start doubling down on these games. Next thing you know, it's a Utah wins 3-0, and we both get freaking
just like last week with Georgia.
Yes. Congrats, Doug. The three of us had it wrong. What the hell was Georgia doing? Okay.
Just listening to us.
Yep. Call dog.
All right. My last pick. The Tennessee game is still what, 9? Is that what we're showing? 9? Yeah. It's just not high enough for me to jump on it. I guess it's because it was 11, 12 points all week long. Give me the late slate has a couple of interesting ones, and I really want to take the BYU one, but Bobby took it, and I just.
Well, gee, thanks.
I know. I'm just saying it because I don't feel great about that BYU.
Yeah, I get it.
So
especially after last week.
Yeah, it would really skew the numbers. One of the interesting one is a popular one. I just don't have the cojones to take it. Is San Jose State plus 14 against Boise State. I always took that as my stupid underdog, but I didn't want to make everyone assume that I'd already start drinking. So let me get. All right. The last pick that moved down. Nebraska was getting 7.5. I'll stay off of that. Give me the Florida Gators plus 3.5. That just seems like I don't think LSU is that much better than Florida. I like the over under, but what I got earlier in the week on the Florida LSU game was 55, and now it's showing 56.5, and that could be the difference. So give me UF plus 3.5. They're at home.
With Lagway coming back.
Lagway coming back, and the other thing is they're sitting at 4 wins, right?
Yep.
If they can win one more game before they face Florida State, they're going to end up in a bowl game. And someone may have had the Florida plus 4.5 ticket as well. So strangely, I've been pulling for the orange and blue to get to 5 wins all year. The greatest thing that could happen to Florida State all year long is if Florida gets to 5 wins and somehow, I don't know how in the world it would happen, but let's just say the clouds split and Florida State beats Florida and keeps them out of a bowl game. That would be worth it.
It means Napier gets fired. I'm with it.
They already said he's coming back.
Yeah, I know. But
isn't it
Scott Strickland's under a lot of heat though with everything going on with Todd Golden as well. So I'm not sure how long he's going to be around.
That they said Billy Ball's coming back, and that day, everyone's favorite choice to replace him, Lane Kiffin, put a gut stomping on Georgia. Because as soon as I start watching this game, we get in the fourth quarter, I'm like, I don't know. Is Billy coming back?
I think everybody involved with Florida, except for the baseball coach, needs to go. I think Scott Strickland's got to go. I think Quagmire, the basketball coach, needs to go. I think Billy Napier, of course, needs to go. It's a mess.
Well, he had a big win at Florida State last night. This isn't a very good Florida State basketball team, but they do appear to be better than they were last year. Last year was the football version of Florida State basketball. They seem to have been bounced back a little bit.
I just think it's only a matter of time till all those that case, I guess, against Todd Golden starts to come down on them and a little bit more pressure. It's not looking good.
Fair enough. All right. I guess we are towards the end of it. Excuse me. We're towards the end of it. So what is it here? Let's go ahead and get into I guess real quick, we can throw some survivor picks out there. All right. That clip's way too damn long. I gotta edit that. All right. Let's go ahead and grab some survivor picks, and then we'll jump into the locks and the one big thing. Anyone got any survivor picks that they really like that are like, give me someone that might be off the beaten track, because if you're this deep into it, you might be looking at, because there's a good chance the Lions are no longer there, right? But give me someone who you're like, you know what, they got a chance to win, and if you can pull that off, you know, you do wonder if the Dolphins are on a lot of people are still out there for people, right? Because of losing Tua. Can't imagine a lot of people took them for about a 6-7 week period.
Yeah.
So something like that, because I do like Miami. Are there any of the others that y'all like?
I like the Rams as a team that people probably haven't picked by now. I think they'll beat the Patriots pretty comfortably.
Yeah, that was.
Could the Broncos still be out there for a lot of people, right?
I was gonna say, like, Broncos are my pick. I'd go, like, if not the Broncos, I think the Packers could still be there for a couple teams. I mean, there's Caleb Williams and that offense have just not looked good. I don't care if they got rid of Shane Waldron. That's not gonna be fixed overnight.
Yeah.
What is wild is that we are doing a sports bet talk show, and we have not mentioned the Chiefs Bills the entire show.
Hey, I said it was my cool game, at least. I did do that.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, like, we haven't touched the spread. I'm not putting everyone on.
I ain't doing it. I'm not betting on either way. I do think
it's a lock or anything, but as a consensus, Bills -2. Where are you leaning, Doug?
I'm leaning towards the Bills, but
Steven?
tentative.
Chiefs. I mean, I like they got to prove me wrong.
Bobby?
I'm very hesitant too, but Bills.
Yeah,
I like the Bills. That's another one that I would really like to grab. The Bills getting a few points in a same game parlay and drop the over down, because 46.5, it seems like a low number for those two teams, but it's not really, because Kansas City slowly moves the ball nowadays, right?
Yeah.
They don't have the Tyreek Hills and whatnot, so they tend to just kind of chink and chunk down the field, and they're okay with having a 12-play drive that results in 3 points.
Yeah.
There is no Harrison Butker, but the Chiefs are a fantastic teaser piece this week. You can get them up to 8.5.
That's a good point as well. Yeah, that's I'm just on the side of believing that the Bills, I think Josh Allen is going to kind of put everyone on notice. They haven't been on a lot of national big games this year, but Josh Allen's having a hell of a year.
Yeah.
I think L'Jarius Sneed is still out for Kansas City, right?
He's in Tennessee.
I believe so. I haven't seen an update. I didn't see an update last 2 days, but I believe so.
Yes, I mean, he's really been the linchpin of that defense.
And once again, this could be a game where we actually get to push the sun back up in the sky one more week and see maybe some of the older receivers that both teams have Does DeAndre Hopkins make a difference in this game?
Yeah. He should. Man.
And can Travis Kelce look like he's under the age of 40?
I think he's looked great the past few weeks. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hopkins has been good
last couple of weeks, but still, if you watch him run routes, he doesn't look. I wonder, is it age or did he go on kind of a not just a Super Bowl tour, but he's probably out there hanging out with freaking Miss Thang touring the globe, and how many great gyms are in these hotels? Like he's, imagine you go into a hotel gym and there's freaking Travis Kelce trying to stay in shape by with one of those old school medicine balls in the corner.
Yeah. I mean, I think DeAndre Hopkins, he's been fantastic for the Chiefs so far, but Christian Benford's been one of the best cornerbacks in the league, so he could really take him out of that game, potentially.
Yeah, they just I'm nervous about the 46, but I do think that they could get to 40.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get this and rip this because we got the game coming up here at the top of the hour. Tulane Navy, for those of y'all who are going to continue to hang in here. Bobby, what is your lock of the week and your one big thing?
My lock of the week, I have the Bengals plus 1.5 versus the Chargers. I'm going back to that game as my lock. I just think the Bengals, they've impressed me a lot this year despite what their record indicates. And I think the Chargers play too slow-paced of an offense to really keep up with the firepower that the Bengals have, especially getting T. Higgins back. And my one big thing for the week, the Chiefs finally lose their 0 on their record. I think the Bills are going to take their 0. I just think this is the week where it comes to an end. The Chiefs have had a lot of scares, and they should have lost a game by now, I'd say. But this is where it comes to an end. The Bills will get this one done, I think.
Doug, what you got?
I got my lock. I'm going back to the Tech beat the Cowboys by 7. That's a lock. That's a wrap on them. My one big thing, you had alluded to it earlier. Watch the San Jose State Boise State game. Could be a trap game for Boise State. I know it's kind of out there, but San Jose State and Boise State have a hated rivalry with each other. They're playing in San Jose at home in San Jose State. San Jose State's got one of the best run defenses, and Boise State depends on its run. It's been depending on its run game to win all season. So if there's somebody in the top 15 who's going to lose this week, look towards Boise State to be that team.
Steven, what you got?
So this is the stupidest lock I've ever done, but I love it. At plus 115 odds, Jameis Winston over 1.5 touchdowns. I think he's going to get his revenge and go off tomorrow. But my one big thing.
What are the odds on that one?
Plus 115 on ESPN.
Over 1.5 touchdowns was plus 115? Wow. All right.
And then my one big thing, Anthony Richardson's back at quarterback for the Colts. The Indianapolis Colts are going to go into New York. They're going to put a whooping on the Jets. Aaron Rodgers is going to have a terrible game, and you're going to see the city of New York really turn on A-Rod. For the second A-Rod they've turned on.
I was about to say, I saw them turn on A-Rod about 15 years ago. This wouldn't have anything to do with you being a Dolphins fan, right?
No.
Is it weird for you that you want Buffalo to beat
Kansas City?
To beat Kansas City and get that undefeated crap off them?
No, I want Kansas City to win, so it gives the Dolphins a better shot to win the division, even though they're not going to win it anyway.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
All right, fair enough. If I was still a big Dolphins fan, I'd be pulling for Buffalo.
The Chiefs are going to lose at some point. I don't care if it's this week or not.
You would think so, but you just never know. I'm tired of the montage. There was a 5 or 10 minute montage Sunday night halftime about every single Chiefs win last Sunday night. I'm like, there's other teams in the league. Ugh.
They go to Carolina next week. They're done.
That is normally how it works. Honestly, that's normally how it works. I thought about making that my one big thing, but since Bobby took it, but I would add to Bobby's one big thing is that somewhere Mercury Morse will be up upstairs toasting champagne with all the other great 72 Dolphins. But my lock of the week is going to come down to, man, it's also going to be my one big thing. What time is that game again? Is it 7:30 tonight? That we've got the SEC game. 7:30 on ESPN. My lock of the week. I was hoping it would get back up to 10.
ABC, actually.
What's that?
It's on ABC.
Yeah, ABC/ESPN Plus. My lock is going to be the Vols +9. I was hoping it would get to 10, but it does look like Amaleva is going to play. And my one big thing, Rocky Top goes in between the hedges and knocks out Georgia from the college football playoffs. They're going to win this damn game, and they're going to keep my season-long bet alive of the Vols winning the SEC championship. It was is it 20 to win 620?
Nice.
Pretty good. If they win that, I'll probably be cashing out because it'll probably shoot the hell up. But anyways, y'all have a great Saturday and Sunday of college football watching. We'll be with you in about 20 minutes. Tulane Navy coming your way. Great job, guys. We'll see you next time.
We are live in Tallahassee, the capital of the great state of Florida.
Hyperbole is done. Now we can finally play the game. There's no law against scalping tickets in this part of the country, and premium prices have been paid.
It is the third Saturday in October, and the show is on one more time in Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right, here we go. 56-yarder. Does not have the leg. And Chris Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run it out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. There goes Davis. Oh, my God. Davis is going to run it all the way back. Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the football game.
They're still in deep trouble at midfield. They tackle him. The ball is still loose as they get it to Rogers. They give it back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. Oh, the band is out on the field. He's going to go into the end zone. He's going into the end zone. But the bands are out on the field. There were flags all over the place. The most amazing, sensational, dramatic, heart-rending, exciting, thrilling finish in the history of college football. California.
In trouble in the backfield, wants to throw now, and he's going to go deep. And I mean deep, and I mean touchdown, Florida! Tyree Cleveland in a miracle finish. A Hail Mary that's full of grace for the Gators.
It's a 31-30 game, and what does Nebraska do?
I have not seen the kicker come on the field, and I don't think he's coming on the field. Tom Osborne made this decision a long time ago. He's decided to go for two and take his shot and win, and I commend him for it.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska.
Incomplete.
Here come the Seminoles of Florida State. One of the great traditions in college football. And Chief Osceola ready to get it started. College football. A matchup from the state of Florida.
Moody flush, throws it down. Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it.
Buck back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw on a run. Complete to the 25. To the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 40. Lindsey's got 45, 50, 45, 40. Run, Lindsey. 25, 20, 50, 10, 5. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. Well, I can't believe it. 92 yards, and Lindsey really got in a foot race. I broke my chair. I came right through a chair, a metal steel chair with about a 5-inch cushion. I broke it. The booth came apart. The stadium fell down. Now they do have to renovate this thing. They'll have to rebuild it now. I didn't mean to beg Lindsey to run, but I had to. You know, this game has always been called the world's greatest cocktail party. Do you know what is going to happen here tonight and up at St. Simon's and Jekyll Island and all those places? Man, is there going to be some property destroyed tonight.
Good afternoon. Hope y'all are having a great Saturday morning. Tulane Navy. Navy gets the ball at the 35-yard line to start everything off. And here's the snap running up the middle for, looks like a no gain by Navy and Horvath. It'll be second long. Second and 10. They gave him no gain on that. They're calling it 9, but closer to 10. 14:32 left here in the first quarter. Here's the handoff, the snap, caught in the backfield, dropped for about maybe right there at the line of scrimmage. It'll be third and very long for the Navy Midshipmen. Tulane is wearing their white jerseys, white helmets, green pants. Navy with their classic gold helmets and Navy jerseys and pants top to bottom in Navy. So it'll be 3rd and 8 for Horvath and company, going left to right across your radio dial. 13:52 left. Here's the snap. Option off the left-hand side. It's going to be a keeper and a gain of about 3, but it will be 4th and 5, and the midshipmen will be forced to punt. Good to see everybody in here today. We'll get to some roll call here in a second. See Goat and John and Brian. A couple of Brians in here today. 4th and 5, 13:17 on the clock. Here's the snap. The punt is high. The punt is deep into Tulane territory, making the catch, and he's going to try to run it out. He's going to get blasted at about the 15-yard line. And that's where the Tulane Green Wave will set up shop. Fleming with the punt return. Probably should have let that one go towards the end zone, but they will get the ball at the 15-yard line. Had a chance to roll into the end zone, but Fleming made the first man miss, and then as he got spun around by the second man, he was smoked. Pushed back towards the 10, but I believe they're going to give him they did give him forward progress. So 1st and 10 for 15. Tulane in the pistol set. Going right to left across your radio dial. Here's the handoff up the middle. It'll be about a gain of about 1. Second and about 9 for Tulane. Darian Mensah, the quarterback. 66% completion percentage, 2,000 yards on the season, 16 touchdowns versus 4 interceptions, Second and 9, pistol set. One high, one low. Here's the snap, the handoff up the middle, twisting and turning his way. We'll call it about a 2-yard gain for the Green Wave. Run was made by Magee Hughes, the sophomore tailback. Typically, they run a spread formation with just one back in the backfield. That's what we see here. 3rd and 7, shotgun formation, one back. 2 low, 1 high, H-back, just off the left tackle. Mensah making a change in the play. Here's the snap. Fires it over the middle, and the ball's out. The ball is out. And see if that's an actual catch. Didn't seem like that he had the ball for very long. They are calling it incomplete, and the ball popped up high in the sky, and a couple of Navy defenders had their hands on it, but were unable to corral it, so it'll be 4th down. It was a bullet fired over to the left-hand side to the tight end, Alex Bauman. He was unable to hold on to it after getting smoked in the backfield. 4th and 7. Ball placed at the 18-yard line of Tulane. Here's the snap. High, End over end punt. Down, it'll go out of bounds. We'll see where they mark it. Close to the Navy 30-yard line. See where they actually spot it. It'll be the 29 of Navy, and that's where the Midshipmen will take over. 1st and 10, 11:33 left here on the clock. And they will head to break. We will do the same. We'll be back in a flash here on the High Noon Kickoff game of the week. Welcome back. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap from Navy at their own 29-yard line. Runs off to the right-hand side, pushing his way up for about a 4-yard gain by Chapman. It'll be second and about 6. Second and 6. Ball placed at about just shy of the 35-yard line. Here's the snap off to the left-hand side, running up off edge and getting a U.S. Navy first down. Navy 1st and 10. Second possession, first down of the game. 0-0 your score. Ball under center. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle. Smoked into the backfield. And that's going to be second and very long. Howard, the linebacker, coming through, blasting the leadoff, very, very fortunate for Navy that there wasn't a fumble there. 2nd and 11, 10 minutes left here in the first quarter. Horvath getting the sign from the sidelines. Second and 11, ball at the 39-yard line. Here's the snap, the handoff off to the left-hand side. And once again, he's dropped just past the line of scrimmage. Running back on the play, Isaiah Bryant. It'll be 3rd and 10. So 3rd down and 10. 9:20 left here in the first quarter if you're just joining us. Shotgun formation, man in motion. Double back, here it comes wide. Fires it over to the left-hand side. The ball is going to be in and out of the hands of his intended receiver. Luke Hutchinson, Horvath's intended receiver, looked upon pretty much as a 3rd-string wide receiver. They typically only play with about 2 or 3 wide receivers in a 1 wide receiver offense. Here's the 4th and 10 punt, high and deep into Tulane territory. And once again, he's going to get dropped at the 15-yard line. So that's where Tulane will set up shop. A lot of jawing by the special teams of Navy. Do wonder how much of that will take place before they draw a flag. We'll be back in a flash. Nothing your score. Tulane Navy here on High Noon Kickoff. Welcome back. 0-0 your score, as we are set for Tulane to take over at their 15-yard line. Shotgun formation, pistol set. Going right to left across your radio dial. Tulane comes into this game 8-2 on the year, 6-0 in conference play. Navy 7-2 and 5-1. Here's the 1st and 10 throw down the left sideline, making a diving attempt, and just out of his outstretched arms, Mensah just missed his man. Brown down the left sideline. Yilkuth Brown stretched out as far as he could. For you baseball fans, looked like Jim Edmonds diving into the back of the outfield trying to make a catch, but it just past his ball. Was at about the 39 when it hit the ground. Shotgun formation, pistol set. Tulane looking for the first down. Here's the handoff, snap up the middle, and Navy will drop for about a 2-yard gain for the Green Wave. It'll be 3rd and long once again. Third and long. They're going to call it 9, but it's really closer to 10. Ball just past the 15-yard line of Tulane. Shotgun formation, 2 high, 1 low. Here's the handoff, the snap up the middle, running it and plowing his way for about a 5 or 6 yard gain, but it will be 4th down, and the Tulane Green Wave will once again be forced to punt. So Navy forcing 2 consecutive 3-and-outs. Lane of Navy has continued to shoot his mouth off. He is jawing big time. You wonder if there's some kind of a backstory there, but nonetheless, 4th and 4. Here's the snap. The punt is high. The punt is deep. Down around the 26-yard line of Navy. Going to try to return it. He's going to get dropped for no gain. Trying to make something out of nothing was Eli Hendrick, Navy's tailback, returning kicks. And we'll go to break. It's still 0-0. We'll be back in a flash. Navy and Tulane, High Noon Kickoff. Welcome back. Navy will set up shop at their own 27-yard line. 1st and 10, left to right across your radio dial. Here's the snap. It's going to be a keeper by Horvath. He will rumble his way up the right sideline, and it's going to be a U.S. Navy first down. Good keeper by Horvath. 1st and 10, Navy. Under center, Horvath making a adjustment at the line of scrimmage. Here's under center. Here's the snap. Handoff off to the right-hand side. A bit of an end around. He'll get out to, we can say, a 3-yard gain for the midshipman. It was Eli Hendrick, number 22 in your guide. It'll be 2nd and manageable for the Navy midshipmen. Midshipmen. 2nd and 6. Ball at the 46-yard line. Handoff, and it's going to be a keeper by Horvath, and he will rumble his way through for another Navy first down. Once again, a keeper on the right-hand side. They're finding something that they like there quite a bit. Horvath is down to one knee. Keep an eye on that. He may be injured. Could just be a wind knocked out of him. He's down to one knee and getting looked at by the training staff, so he'll have to come out for at least one play. Hopefully everything's all right with Horvath. They could ill afford to lose Horvath. I think Brett Woodson would come in, the sophomore, as Blake Horvath, one of just 4 players in FBS with 10 rushing and 10 passing touchdowns. So as they walk him off the field, 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes left to go here in the first quarter. See what they'll have dialed up here on a Navy first down. Shotgun formation. Here's the handoff. Keeper up the middle, and there's going to be a flag on the play, so no play. Looked like it might be a false start. See what the call is here. It is a false start, and it'll push back the midshipman 5 yards. Still first down. First and 10. Ball at the 50-yard line. 1st and 15, excuse me. Here's the handoff up the middle, pushing and prying his way for about a 5-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and about 10 for Navy. Fontana with the run off the right-hand side. Senior running back, Debo Fafana. 4:40 here on the clock. You'll notice Navy will try to eat up as much clock as possible. Shotgun formation, 2-back set. Here's the keeper off to the right-hand side and pushed out of bounds for about a 1-yard gain is Woodson. It'll be 3rd and 9. No word yet on what's going on with Horvath, but he's still on the sidelines. He's in the tent right now. Didn't appear to be anything concussion related, but you never know. So 3rd and 9 from the 44-yard line of Tulane. Navy with the ball going left to right across your radio dial. Shotgun formation. Drops back to pass. Woodson fires it over to the left-hand side. The ball is caught, and it'll be gain of about 6 or 7 yards. It's going to be 4th. This will be interesting. You would think Navy will probably go for it. Hutchinson with the catch. And they will go for it here at midfield. Just past midfield, excuse me. Ball at about the 38-yard line. Braxton Woodson, the backup quarterback. They actually gave him the spot at 4th and 4, so move it back about a yard or so. 4th and 4, under center. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looks over left-hand side. The ball's fired, and it is either intercepted or incomplete. Regardless, it'll fall to the ground incomplete, but it'll be a Tulane first down. They have held on downs here in the early going. Navy and Tulane. Good play by the Tulane defense. 3 or 4 guys over there on the left-hand side and just hammered the receiver trying to make the catch. Woodson was looking in his man all the way. I'll tell you what, that looks like that he intercepted that. They called that incomplete, but I believe that ball was caught. So see how they did end up changing the call. It was intercepted, so put the ball at the 37-yard line. Pistol set, run up the middle by Tulane. No gain. Handoff was to Magee Hughes. So it'll be 2nd and 10. Nothing doing on that play. Ball is at the 37-yard line. Shotgun formation. 3 high. 1 low. 1 back set. Mensah looking around. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Fires it over the middle. The ball is caught and streaking down the middle of the defense and almost breaking the tackle. What a great play by Dante Fleming. Ball all the way inside the red zone. They'll mark it at about the 18-yard line. Tell you what, that was dangerously close to a horse collar, but he actually grabbed his arm and yanked him back. Shotgun formation, 1st and 10. Here's the handoff. Run up the middle by the Green Wave, pushing and plowing his way for a handful of yards. Number 21, Magee Hughes once again. That was a 44-yard gain from Mensah to Fleming. 2 plays ago, 2nd and 5, shotgun formation. Mensah drop back to pass, fires it over the middle. That ball is in and out of the end zone. The ball was tipped and almost intercepted by Antra, the defensive back, covering Fleming. It was a bad throw, and he was pretty well covered. He might have had some incidental contact there. Maybe could have drawn a flag, but it did not. So instead, 3rd and 5. Pistol set. 1 high, 2 low. H back on the left. Magee Hughes, your running back. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Mensah can go for it. Is he going to run? He is going to run. He's going to rumble all the way into the end zone, and it is a Tulane Green Wave touchdown.
Go, Green Wave. Ready, get loud. Yell it. Go, Green Wave.
Good run up the middle by the Tulane quarterback, who's a keeper. think he just saw something in the defense. It did not look like a design run. And it's 6-0 Green Wave. They'll set up for the extra point. Here's the extra point. Kick is up and is good. Kind of a funky kick because he paused for a second as the snap to the holder kind of missed it for a second, and he had to pause, but he ended up regaining his balance and somehow got it through the uprights. I can guarantee you this, if that's the National Football League, that ball is going to sail off to the left. He wouldn't have had much mustard on it at all. But it is good, and it's 7-0 Tulane. We'll head to break here on High Noon Kickoff. Tulane leads Navy 7-0. Back to the action. Snap under center. Here's handoff off the left-hand side, and Woodson's going to get plowed backwards. See if they gave him maybe a half yard. His forward momentum looked like he might have gotten a half yard. It was 1st and 10 at the 25, and now, after the kickoff sailed in and out of the end zone, now it'll be 2nd and 9. Woodson's still the quarterback, so Horvath's still getting looked at in that 10. 2nd and 9. Throws over to the right-hand side, and I don't mean to laugh, but there was nobody, and I mean nobody over there. It'll be 3rd and 9. When I say nobody, I mean there wasn't a defender. There wasn't a referee. Woodson called one play, and the receiver ran another. The inexperience of Woodson, you don't know if he was in the wrong or the receiver. Shotgun formation, 3rd and 9. Pistol set. Here's the snap. Woodson looks over the left-hand side. Swing pass over, and maybe a gain of about 5 yards, but it will be 4th down. The 20 seconds left here on the clock. You would think Navy, who always likes to try to shorten the clock, shorten the game, they will probably not take another snap and punt when we come back. The clock is winding down, and that's exactly what they're going to do. We'll be back in a flash. 4th and 4 Navy. Tulane leads it 7-0. Welcome back. Fourth and 4, and Navy setting up to punt. There is a flag. A Tulane edge man jumped, and it is going to be a Navy first down. So how about that? 1st and 10. That rarely works, but they did the hard snap, and Navy moves the chains. Clemson and Pittsburgh, by the way, 7-7 your score in that one. About a minute left in the first quarter. Pistol set, shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Woodson pitches it out to the right-hand side, and rumbling, stumbling, and bubbling is Fofana with a U.S. Navy first down. Good keeper on the right-hand side. Held the defense in and then just pitched it at the last second. The fullback Fofana was able to rumble his way to a first down. There is a man down on the field. Waiting to see if we can see who that is. As the Navy staff tends to him. Navy 7-2 on the year, 5-1 in conference play. Tulane 8-2 and 6-0 in conference play. Hit the out-of-town scoreboard real quick while they tend to that. Texas leads 7-0 over Arkansas. Clemson 7-7 in Pittsburgh. We're going to take a really quick break. When we come back, Navy has the ball, and they're moving it here on High Noon Kickoff. Welcome back. Also scoreboard update. Northwestern taking a 7-0 lead early on against number 2 Ohio State Buckeyes. That game has actually creeped in to about midway through the second quarter. So how about that? Playing that game at Wrigley Field. Navy with the ball at the 47-yard line. Snap. Here's the pitch off to the right-hand side. The ball is dropped, but able to corral it. And Navy moves the ball maybe 3 or 4 yards. Ball bounced off the turf right into Marcel Gaskin's hands. Very fortunate bounce there for the midshipmen. Under center. Woodson. There's going to be is that a flag? It's going to be a false start. 14:05 left here in the first quarter. They have shown Horvath, by the way, on the cycle, keeping his legs warm, so you wonder if there may be a chance for him to come back. Probably wanting him to test it out. So it'll be 2nd and 12 after the false start call. And now it's going to be a Navy timeout. So kind of a disaster here. The midshipmen were moving the ball, but now not only have they made it 2nd and 12 behind the sticks, they have to burn a timeout. They're going to go over there and talk to Woodson, because he was rushed into duty because of the injury to Horvath. Let me go ahead and hit the college football scoreboard. Game's going on right now. Number 3, Texas, leading Arkansas 7-0 in the second quarter. Ohio State trails Northwestern 7-0 midway through the second. Colorado 14-3, running it away from Utah. They're still in the first. Clemson and Pittsburgh head to the second quarter. Tied up at 7. Back from the break, 2nd and 12. Keeper from Woodson. He's going to rumble all the way up to about, we'll call it a 9-yard gain. The ball will be placed about the 46-yard line of the Green Wave, and very manageable now at 3rd and 3. You got to figure this may be, assuming it's within reach, this is probably 2-down territory for the midshipmen. 3rd and 3. Shotgun formation, 3 low. Here's the snap. Handoff. Now it's going to be a keeper, and Woodson will fight his way for about a 1-yard gain. It'll be 4th. Either a long 2 or a very long 2 or a short 1. .12:43 on the clock. Going right to left across your radio dial. Shotgun formation. Now he moves under center. Woodson looks high and now hands it off up the middle. 4th and 1. Looks like he might have gotten it. Tulane thinks they stopped him, but it did look like he got the line to gain, and that should be a U.S. Navy first down. Horvath is warming up on the sideline. That's usually an indication he will be back. They may keep him out for this possession. 1st and 10 at the 43 of Tulane. Woodson drops back to pass, fires it down the right-hand side, and he has a man wide open and overthrows him by about 3 yards. Making a diving attempt is Reynolds. It'll be 2nd and 10. He had his man beat. The safeties were up. He hits him in stride. That's going to be 6 points. But instead, it'll be 2nd and long. 2nd and 10. Braxton Woodson 2 for 5 on the day, 10 yards. Pistol set. Here's the snap. Handoff is up the middle, and Fofana's going to push his way for about a 5+ yard gain. not quite 5. It'll be third. We'll call it about 6. 11:30 here to go in the second quarter. Woodson is going to stay in the shotgun formation, pistol set. 2 low, 1 high. Here's the snap. Is the man in motion. Handoff. Now he's going to keep it and run his way up to about, call it a 3-yard gain. It'll be once again 4th and 2, and I do believe they will go for it. A lot of great games here on this college football Saturday. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. Fourth and 3. It's a very short 3 if it is 3. It's really closer to a 4th and 2. But nonetheless, they're going to go for it. Kind of in no man's land. You can't really kick a field goal for here if you're Navy. A little bit out of the range. Shotgun formation. 2 high, 1 low. Here's the snap. Bobbles the snap, but corrals it. Fires it over the right-hand side. The ball is dropped, but they're going to say that as a Navy first down. Brandon Chapman, set up in the slot formation. He made the catch, came to the ground, and then the ball came loose. So it's going to be a first down for Navy. The ball starts to come out as he hits the ground, but the rule's a little different for college football. It does appear it's going to be a first down, and it doesn't look like they're going to overturn it. There was a quick review, but not much of one. It looks like they do want to take a second look at it, so they're going to head to break. We'll do the same. We'll be back in a flash. Navy on the march, trailing by only a touchdown. Welcome back. They're still looking at the review. The initial indication by the referee that they were moving the chains. We're going to take a look at it, but They got buzzed upstairs just before the ball was snapped, so they're taking a long look at this. By the letter of the law, it should be turned over, and it is. So Tulane holds Navy right there at the 34-yard line. Green Wave will set up shop. 10 minutes left here in the second quarter, going left to right across your radio dial. Mensa drops back to pass. Takes the handoff, fires it over the left-hand side. The ball is caught. That's going to be Fleming for a Green Wave first down. Wide open on the right-hand sideline.
Go, Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Do it. Go, Green Wave.
Shotgun formation, pistol set. Handoff off to the left-hand side. Ball is going to be rumbling up about an 8-yard gain, and it's going to be close to a Tulane first down. We'll call it second and about 2. Long 2, very short 3. 9 minutes and counting on the game clock. One thing you do have to keep an eye on if you're Tulane is that the time of possession is doubled by Navy. Tulane just past the 5-minute mark. Navy's had the ball for about 10 minutes. Shotgun formation. Drops back to pass. Fires off the left-hand side. Wide open and underthrew his man. It's going to be incomplete. Unbelievable. Darian Mensa missed his man. He was wide open, but he underthrew him by about a yard or two. And by the time he gained his momentum back, it ended up being incomplete. So 3rd and 3 here on the 37-yard line. Shotgun formation. Man in motion. 2 high, 1 low. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle and pushing his way for about a yard gain. It's going to be 4th and 2. Once again, this is no man's land for Tulane. You got to figure that Tulane, knowing that they won't get the ball back for quite some time, they're going to go for it, and they will. They call it a 4th and 1, but it is a very long one, closer to 2. Jumbo package in. Single back in the backfield. 4th and 1. It's going to be a play-action pass. Vincent drops back to pass. Rolling. He will scoot his way ahead for a Tulane first down, but there is a flag on the play. Was there a hold? It is going to be a hold, but it's going to be on the Navy defense, and they will take the yardage. As opposed to a 1-yard run, it'll be a 5-yard penalty and a Green Wave first down.
Go, Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Do it. Go, Green Wave.
So 1st and 10. Ball is at the 24-yard line of Navy. Here's the snap. Handoff up the left-hand side. Rumbling. About an 8-yard gain. Very close to another first down. Second and 2. Tulane leads this one 7-0. 7:29 left here in the second quarter. Shotgun formation, pistol set. Mensa making a change at the line of scrimmage. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, and it's going to get dropped for about a gain of maybe 1. It'll be 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1. Tulane leads us 7-0. They pushed it back a bit, so it's really closer to 3rd and 2. Mensa under center. Changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Goes under. It's going to be a tush push, and it'll be, looks like they might have gotten it. It's going to be really close. We might get a measurement. Mensa and company believe that they got it, and it looks like they will move the chains, and it is a Green Wave first down.
Go. Green Wave. Wave. Kick.
1st and 10. Shotgun formation. Pistol set. Left to right across your radio dial. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, and it's going to get dropped for maybe a gain of 1. Looked like he barely got across the line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd, very close to 10. Tulane really starting to run the ball here. They've had so much success through the air, it's a little surprising. 2nd and 10. Tulane wins. They clinch a spot in the AAC title game. Navy needs to win out to make the title game. 2nd and 10. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. The ball is going to be kept. It's a play action keeper rolling out to the right side. Mensa fires it over, and it's going to be a catch. Gain of about, we'll call it maybe 3. So it'll be, the ball will be at about the 10-yard line of Navy, but it'll be 3rd and a long 6, so they can get a first down without scoring a touchdown. 3rd and 6, just inside the 10-yard line. Shotgun formation. Bunch set, man in motion. Here's the snap, and it looks like someone might have moved. And they did. It's going to be a false start. That'll push them back 10 yards. Couple of boneheaded mistakes here by Tulane, shooting themselves in the foot. By the way, Ohio State has taken a 14-7 lead in Wrigley Field. They lead Northwestern, about 4 minutes left to go in the half there. Here, it's a 7-point game. 4:10 on the clock, 3rd and 11. And timeout is going to be called. Tulane didn't like what they saw. It'll be 3rd and 11. Take a really quick break when we come back. Green Wave knocking on the door once again. Welcome back. Shotgun formation. 3rd and 11. 4:05 on the clock. Here's the snap. It's going to be a keeper up the right-hand side, rumbling and going all the way into the end zone. It is a Tulane touchdown. Holy cow.
Go. Green Wave. Wave. Get loud.
Magee Hughes.
Go. Green Wave.
A handoff off the right-hand side. And there was a huge hole over there. First, I thought they were just playing it safe and wanting to get the 2-score lead, but instead they hit pay dirt. And Tulane leads it 13-0. Here's the snap. The kick is high. The kick is good, and it's 14-0 Tulane. So 4 minutes left here on the clock. Magee Hughes, his 11th straight game with a touchdown, and he breaks this open to a 2-score lead. We'll be back in a flash. High Noon Kickoff here on Braves Country Radio Network. Welcome back. You can go ahead and hit the out-of-town scoreboard real quick. Ohio State 14-7 over Northwestern. 2 minutes left in the first half there. Texas 10-0. About 3 minutes left in the second quarter there, and they've got the ball and they're driving. Colorado all over Utah 14-3 in the second. Clemson has taken a touchdown lead over Pittsburgh. It's 14-7. UMass leads Liberty 10-7. Louisiana Tech 9-7 over Western Kentucky. Auburn 10-0 over Louisiana Monroe. They're in the first quarter. Coastal Carolina and Marshall just getting underway. 6-0 Coastal. Tulane set to kick from their own 35-yard line. Here's the kick. It's high. It's deep. It's returnable. And Navy will take it out and rumble up to about the 27, maybe even the 28-yard line. And that's where the midshipmen will take over. Nice little run up the right-hand side. Trailing 14-0. Big series here for Navy. You'd like to get some points on the board. They're not a team that throws the ball a whole heck of a lot, especially with Horvath out of the lineup. See if he comes back in. He looked like he was about ready to roll on the sidelines last time. It does look like that is Horvath. It is. So he's back into the game. Might be able to throw the ball a little bit with 3:55 here on the clock. Navy with 2 timeouts. Here's the snap. Play action pass. Dropping back to pass. Dropped! Tulane, he blows that play up with the quickness. It's going to be a sack on Horvath. Second and very long. See where they spot the ball. A loss of about 10 yards. He is very fortunate he did not fumble the ball. He was airborne from that shot that he took, and the ball started to pop out, and somehow he was able to corral the ball and keep it from landing to the turf. Shotgun formation. They're going to call it 2nd and 19. Here's the snap. Pitch off to the left-hand side. Dropped once again. Maybe a loss of about 1 on the play. Trying to make his way through there and just could not escape the pressure. It was Brandon Chapman once again. 3rd and 20. Here's the handoff up the middle. They'll gain maybe 3 or 4 yards, but they're going to be forced to punt. Tulane will probably use a timeout here. You would think they would. It's 4th and forever. 4th and 14. They're going to let the clock keep winding down. Strange decision by Tulane. They're just letting valuable time rattle off this clock as they're going to get the ball back. You're going to get the 2-minute warning timeout, but that'll take place after the possession change. So really strange clock management here by the Green Wave and their head coach, John Sumrall. Here's the snap. The kick is high and deep and dropped at about the 28-yard line. See if they give him forward progress. Fleming was trying to make one tackler miss, and he was being blocked, but not blocked well enough, and he torpedoed the punt return, and that's where Tulane will take over the ball just past the 20-yard line. We'll be back in a flash. Tulane gets the ball, up by 2 scores. Welcome back. Your score is 14-0. Tulane has the ball. 2 minutes left here after the 2-minute warning. Still a strange choice not to use the timeout with about, they would have gotten the ball back with about 2:30 left. But nonetheless, shotgun formation. Pistol set. Benson drops back to throw, fires off to the right-hand side, wide open, and it's going to be a Tulane Green Wave first down.
Green Wave.
1:53 on the clock. The catch was made by Fleming, and he was able to get out of bounds. Man down for the Navy Midshipmen as they tend to him. The blocking his jersey number, can't quite make out who that is, but looking at his knee, they're going to help the player up. And it looks like for the Midshipmen, as he stumbles off the field, looks like that's number 96, Robinson. Landon Robinson in Fairlawn, Ohio. The junior walking off the field, but appears to be walking pretty well, so he may be back soon. 1st and 10, Green Wave. Ball at the 40-yard line. Shotgun formation. Benson drops back to pass. Fires down the right sideline. He's got a man, but he's going to get tackled by the defender, and it's going to be a Tulane Green Wave first down. We'll get a pass interference call. So looks like that's Fleming. Fleming is down on the ground, writhing in pain. Kind of took a funny twist as he was trying to fight back towards the ball as it was a little bit underthrown. Lane, the defensive back, essentially tackled him. And he came to the ground and his legs kind of flipped out a little. It's a transfer from Louisiana, Dante Fleming. 6'2". They have him listed at 167. He looks bigger than that. But 6'2" senior. Very experienced wide receiver core for these Tulane Green Wave. I was looking at it last night. They have 4 seniors and 2 juniors in their top rotation. They do have a couple of freshmen. They had a lot of transfers in this year. Fleming makes it back to the sidelines, kind of limping, but see if he'll be able to return to the game. But it looks a lot better than when he's back laying on the ground again. We'll see how that plays out. 1st and 10, Green Wave. Ball at the Navy 45-yard line. Shotgun formation, pistol set, handoff to the right-hand side. Rumbling for about a 5 or 6 yard gain is Magee Hughes. Used him quite a bit today. So second, and we'll actually call it 3, so it was a 7-yard gain. 2nd and 3, drops back to pass. Metz is going to get sacked. He is down. Heat-seeking missile. For the Navy Midshipmen. He was shot out of a cannon. Looks like that was Aiden Woolfolk. Might have been Ramos. It is Colin Ramos. Both wear number 44. So 3rd and now 10, the ball at the 45-yard line. So this is no longer a gimme. Big play here for the Navy defense. They could possibly, it's going to be a timeout called by Tulane. They'll use one of their timeouts. They'll have one left. 35 seconds now. Ran off a lot of clock here. Bad clock management by the Green Wave. John Summerall, he cost his team 30 seconds by not calling a timeout on the other end of the 2-minute warning. That's number one. Number two, he let about 20 or so seconds roll off the clock there after that sack. So you're talking about almost a minute has been cooked off this clock. Tulane has the ball, 3rd and 10, 35 seconds left, but there should be about a minute and a half left if they would have used their timeouts wisely. Instead, they do have a timeout left, but you can't take them into half with you. Shotgun formation, 3rd and 10, ball at the 45-yard line. Line to gain is the 35 exactly. One back set, 2 high, 1 low. Here's the snap. That's a drop back pass. Looking. He's thinking about running. He will run. He will not get the first down. It'll be 4th and about, we'll call it 4. Looked like he stepped out of bounds at the 39-yard line. 28 seconds left. You would think Tulane's going to go for this. Be a really long field goal from the 39, so that's not realistic. And it doesn't do you a whole heck of a lot of good. Are they going to punt? Wow. Summerall really isn't playing to win in this half. He's playing not to lose. Strange decision by the Green Wave. They'll keep Navy in it. Here's the snap. The punt is high. The punt is deep. End over end punt. And it will drop inside the Navy. It's going to roll out to about the 12-yard line of Navy. The ball hit the turf at about the 7, but took a friendly midshipman bounce. Rolled about 6 yards or so. Not much of a difference because Navy most likely is going to run this into the half. Not an offense that really opens it up and airs it out. And the last thing you want to do is turn the ball over here. 22 seconds. They will take a knee. I doubt Tulane is going to stop the clock. They will not, and that'll send us to half. 14-0 your score. Tulane leads Navy. Navy has not been shut out in the first half this season. Well, they have now. It's 14-0. When we come back after halftime, Tulane will get the ball. Enjoy the half. We'll be back after these. Welcome back. Tail of the tape. 150 yards for Tulane in the first half. 81 through the air, 69 on the ground. Navy 90, 80 on the ground, just 10 through the air. But most of that half was without their starting quarterback, Horvath, who came in just as the half was ending. So we'll see if there is a improvement there. Tulane will receive the ball up 14-0. Your over-under line at halftime is 32.5. So if you like the over, you might want to jump on it now. The ball is placed at the 35-yard line. The wind's going to knock it over. Tulane will have one more opportunity to kick it without needing a holder. And it looks like they're going to ask for a holder. I don't know if it's doesn't appear the wind's that strong, but it might, excuse me, might have to do something with the actual tee. It looked like he was having a hard time adjusting the tee. Here is the kickoff from the 35-yard line. The kick is high, deep, end-over-end kick, and the ball is going to sail out of bounds. So even with the assistance, Nathan Kirkwood is going to get called for the penalty as the ball went out of bounds, and they will set up shop. Very good field position for Navy here to start the second half. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line of Tulane. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Shotgun formation, one high, one low. Up back. Here's the snap, rolling out as Mensah fires it over the right-hand side. The ball is caught, and it'll be a Tulane first down at about the 48-yard line. So a good job of Mensah rolling out as the linebackers drew in. His receiver was wide open over the top.
Green Wave.
14:44 left here in the third quarter. Still a long way to go. Shotgun formation, pistol set. Two high, one low. Left to right across your radio dial. Here's the shotgun snap, and the handoff is up the middle, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. About a 3-yard gain and a cloud of dust. It'll be 2nd and 7. Jacob Barker, the runner. Again, Tulane only has 3 running backs that they really use on the regular. Mackay Hughes, Shady Clayton Johnson, which they normally tend to call him SCJ, and Jacob Barker. Here's the handoff up over the left-hand side. Don't think he got any yardage. Might have gotten back to the line of scrimmage with Hughes. It'll be 3rd and long. 13:36 on the clock. The spread coming out of the half was Tulane now minus 18.5. Shotgun formation. Ball at the 50-yard line. 3 low, man in motion. Here's the snap. Mensah drops back to pass. Looking, fires it over the middle, and it's going to be caught on the fly for a Tulane Green Wave first down.
Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Do it. Go Green Wave.
Wide open was Shaz Preston, number 6 in your program, getting some work in with a couple of receivers banged up in the first half. More on that in a bit. Pistol set, shotgun formation. Here's the handoff up the middle, rumbling and pushing his way for about we'll call it about a 5-yard gain, maybe 6. It'll be second down and about 4. 12 minutes on the clock here in the third. Texas leads the Arkansas Razorbacks 10-0. They just began their third quarter. 11:53 here on the clock. Here's the snap. And the handoff is up the middle and pushing his way, twisting and turning and diving ahead about 2 yards short was Magee Hughes. It'll be 3rd and 2. So what do you do here? Do you continue to keep the ball on the ground or do you play action? Tulane has had men wide open all day long on the play action. And it's a little surprising they have not thrown the ball more. The Navy secondary is in a mismatch back there. They come in with more of a red zone set. 2 tight ends off to the left-hand side. And here's there's going to be a flag, and it's going to be 3rd and 7 because the right tackle for the Tulane Green Wave jumped. Here that would be Caleb Thomas, and he was well ahead of the snap. So 3rd and now 7, which changes a lot in your play calling here. Tulane realizing if they get up 3 scores regardless, it's going to be a very tall task for Navy to come back from. And are they going to blow a timeout here? Looks like Tulane's going to blow a timeout. I'll tell you what, the lack of concentration on the sideline by the head coach, John Summerall, is just jumping off the page. Could not get his play call in to his quarterback, Mensah. And Damian Mensah had to burn a timeout. He was being sidetracked because he was arguing with the referees about the previous false start call, which was a blatant offensive penalty. He cost his team a timeout. Not a big deal here yet, but you never know if you need those timeouts. Tulane leads it 14-0. 8-2 on the year, 6-0 in conference play, trying to punch their ticket to the AAC championship game. A win would do that, and they would face Army. There's an outside chance if Navy could come back to win this game and then run the table, they would face Army in the conference championship game and then turn around, as here's the shotgun snap, hand off to the left-hand side. Running up the left side and going to be about a half-yard short is Magee Hughes. Just short of a Tulane first down. 10.5 minutes left here in the third quarter. Will they go for it? I would think you would go for this, knowing if you don't get it, you're going to pin Navy back deep. Ohio State leads Northwestern 28-7, midway through the third. Mensah under center, changing the call. Could be another push. It is. And the tush push will get Tulane Green Wave a first down.
Go. Green Wave.
The 2 times that he has raised his head, raised his hands and touched his head with his helmet under center, they've both been audibles to the tush push. It's not quite the same push that the Philly has become known for because the running back stays in the backfield and doesn't really push behind him. But it's essentially a quarterback keeper. 1st and 10, ball at the 12-yard line of the Midshipmen. Green Wave, hand the ball off up the middle and diving ahead to about the 4 or 5-yard line. Once again is Magee Hughes. It'll be 2nd and very short. Second and 3. Navy, injury timeout real quick. They tend to one of their, looks like that's Williams being walked off the field. He appears to be okay. But it'll be 2nd and 3, 8:56 left on the clock. Shotgun formation, pistol set. Ball at the 5-yard line. Line to gain the 2. 2nd down. Knocking on the midshipman door. Green Wave. Hand the ball up the middle, and it is going to be pushing ahead just short of a touchdown, but it will be a Green Wave first down.
Go, Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Now
Hughes.
Go, Green Wave.
Finding his way ahead. Magee Hughes, his 18th rush for about 70 yards on the day. 1st and goal. Jumbo set. I formation. Snap under center. Here's the handoff up the middle, diving ahead. May have gotten back to the line of scrimmage, but that's about it. Handed it to the up back. Arnold Barnes. Thought they would catch Navy off guard, but nothing doing. It's a 2nd and goal. Looks like we've got another injury timeout. So Mensa will walk over to the sideline. Look like this time it's number 94 Reed of the midshipmen. Reed, they're tending to his hamstring. Justin Reed, the defensive end, they've got him down on the ground and a couple of trainers looking after him. So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Tulane knocking on the door, leading by 14. Welcome back. Second and goal. Ball is placed just inside the 1 yard line. Tulane with the ball. Jumbo package. I formation. Mensa under center. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Once again, another handoff up the middle. And not really sure why they keep going to that route, but Arnold Barnes is trying to dive. Doesn't have a lot of ups, is getting stuffed right there at the line of scrimmage. So 2 plays in a row, same play, same result, nothing doing. Third and goal. Meanwhile, Hughes could have waltzed in. They just pitched it out there as all the Navy defenders are crashing low. Third and goal. Timeout is called. See who this is placed on. Time was called by the referee. So just a short delay, not a full timeout. We'll stay right here with you. 6:35 to go here in the third quarter. Tulane has had the ball the entire third quarter. Under center, Mensa takes the snap. Handoff up the middle and touchdown! Diving ahead was Hughes. He got hit in the backfield by a couple of defenders. Was able to absorb the hits, keep his legs churning, and stuck the nose of the ball across for a Green Wave touchdown.
Go, Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Yell it. Go, Green Wave.
So 20-0 your score. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is high. The kick is good. And it's 21-0 Green Wave over the Navy Midshipmen. 6:15 left here in the third quarter. The Midshipmen, it's getting late early. They'll get the ball when we come back with a chance to answer. And welcome back. 6:15 left on the clock here. Here in the third quarter, Tulane is out to a 3-score lead. It's 21-0. Navy's had a couple of opportunities to move the ball, but with the injury to Horvath, their quarterback, through most of the first half, the offense was really stymied. See if they can get something together here as Horvath returned shortly before the end of the first half. Navy, their offense has been a little more explosive this year, not what you're typically used to. So if they can connect on some passes, really opens up their running game. This game's not quite over yet, but Navy's got to get on the board here with this possession, you would think. Ball placed at 35-yard line. Here's the kickoff, high and deep, in and out of the midshipman end zone. The Golden Navy checkerboard pattern here in Memorial Stadium. We're just a few weeks away from Army-Navy, my personal favorite game that I do all year long, even with all the Braves Country Radio and the Atlanta Braves broadcast, the World Series. Still my favorite game to do. We'll have it here 3:30, December 14th, live right here on Braves Country Radio. Here's the snap, the handoff up the middle, pushing his way for about a 5-yard gain for the midshipman. Daba Fofana, and it's second and we'll call it a long 5. Second and 5. And Woodson's going to keep it off to the right-hand side, rumble up for about a 7-yard gain. It's going to be a U.S. Navy first down. Notice Woodson is back in there, so that could mean the Horvath is done for the day. Shotgun formation, pistol set. Here's the snap. Handoff up off the right-hand side, twisting his way back towards the left, and gain of a couple by the midshipman. It'll be second and about 8. Henderson with the stop. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Hands off to the left-hand side. Dropped and sacked. Coming in like a bat out of hell is number 9, Allen. Right defensive end came in and spun Woodson around and slammed him to the turf. It'll be 3rd and long. Someone missed their assignment before Woodson could even get off to the edge to look to either keep it or pitch it. He was eating the turf. Terrell Allen, transfer from Arkansas State. 3rd and 11. Woodson drops back to pass. The ball is almost intercepted right there by the defensive line of Tulane. Freelou, number 95, slapped the ball down and almost found a way to corral that. It's going to be 4th and long. Wow. Meanwhile, Arkansas has scored against Texas. They are within 6. They get going there in the third quarter. Navy back to punt from their own 35. Here's the snap. The kick is high. Line drive kick. Caught, fair caught at the 30-yard line. And it's going to be Tulane ball right there. 1st and 10. They'll take over at their own 30, leading by 21. They're going to take a quick break. We'll take it with them when we come back. The Green Wave try to score once again here in Memorial Stadium. Welcome back. Handoff is up the middle, off to the right-hand side. Pushing ahead for about an 8-yard gain, as it was 1st and 10. They'd moved the ball back to the 20 after a holding penalty. So it'll be 2nd and 2 at the 28-yard line of Tulane. Tulane with the ball going left to right across your radio dial. 3:28 left here on the clock here in the third quarter. Tulane 21, Navy nothing. Tulane trying to secure a berth into the AAC championship game versus Army. Here's the handoff, run up the right side and scooching his way all the way out to the 39-yard line. It is a Tulane Green Wave first down.
Go, Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Do it. Go, Green Wave.
1st and 10. Tulane to get into the college football playoff, they would need to beat Army and then probably need a loss by Boise State. And that would probably punch their ticket. They're going to take the highest ranked Group of 5 school, assuming that they qualify by being ranked. But you look at the fact that Boise State is 8-1 on the year, ranked 13th. They're going to need a loss by Boise State. Tulane with 2 losses. Though I believe their schedule's been a little tougher than Boise State. Nonetheless, Boise State did put that scare into Oregon at the beginning of the year, and it was when Oregon wasn't playing very good football. That may be true, but it still looks good on your resume now as the Oregon Ducks are number 1 in the country. The quick injury timeout, having a bunch of those today. Pistol formation, 1st and 10. The ball at about the 38-yard line of Tulane. Here's the snap. Fakes the handoff. There was no one back there, so not much to do about that. But here's the pass down the left-hand side. And it's going to be incomplete. Ball knocked away by the defender in the area. Number 18 for the Midshipmen. Defensive back Ryan Lane got a hand on it and slapped it to the turf. Shotgun formation. Pistol set. 1st and 20 as there was a holding penalty called on that, so they did take the penalty. 1st and 20. Here's the snap. Handoff off to the left-hand side. Nothing doing. Maybe it got back to the line of scrimmage, but that's it. Arnold Barnes, they continue to hand the ball off to Barnes. He has been less than impressive. 3 carries for about 2 yards. Both previous 2 were right there at the goal line where he couldn't punch it in. 2nd and 19 for the Green Wave now. 21-0 your score. Shotgun formation. 1 back set. Here's the handoff up the middle and pushing his way for about a 2-3 yard gain maybe. It'll be 3rd and forever for the Green Wave. Third and 18. We'll call it 17. 3rd and 17. Minute and a half left here in the third quarter. Tulane playing very close to the vest. They're just trying to get out of here with the win. They have opened up the formation now, but not a lot of 3rd and 18s in your playbook. Drops back to pass. It's going to be an easy swing pass over the right-hand side. Maybe a 3-yard gain, and Navy will force a punt. And they'll get the ball back with less than a minute left here in the third. Meanwhile, Clemson leads Pittsburgh 17-7. They just began the third quarter there. Fast-moving game on our end. Alabama is out to an early 7-0 lead over Mercer. They're midway through the first quarter. Other games underway. Auburn leads Louisiana Monroe 24-0 at the half. Here's the punt, the snap, the kick is high, and it'll bounce at about the 39-yard line of the Navy Midshipmen, and that's where the Midshipmen will take over. Other scores on the scoreboard: Liberty trails Massachusetts 20-14 late in the third. Marshall 17-7 over Coastal Carolina as they head to the half. Kentucky over Murray State, an in-state showdown there. It's 13 minutes left in the second. Here's the snap. The pitch. He's going to keep it. Woodson down the left side. Maybe a 1-yard gain. There's Hamilton again, number 70, slamming him to the turf. There's a student body right keeper off to the left side, and Hamilton was able to knife through the blockers. And that will end the third quarter. So a very quick third quarter. We'll be back in a flash. Tulane 21, Navy nada. You're listening to Big Noon Kickoff here on Braves Country Radio. Welcome back. Navy with the ball at their own 41-yard line. Second and 8 as we begin fourth quarter, going left to right across your radio dial. All kinds of movement. Flags flying out. Looks like laundry day. See what the infraction was. There's definitely movement, whether it was false start or if they were pulled to pull. It will be a false start. So moving the ball backwards are the midshipmen. Something this offense can ill afford to do. They've barely been able to move the ball at all today. We'll hit the stats on that here in 1 second. It's going to be 2nd and 13. And we're getting a timeout now. Another flag. 5 yards, move it back once again. Illegal substitution. You got to be kidding me. Just unorganized, embarrassing display here by Navy. 2nd and 18 now. Woodson under center. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looks it down the right-hand side. Gives it a go. Fires it down deep. Well overthrown to a receiver who was blanketed. Looked like the intended receiver there. It's Kent Nathan, but he had no chance of making that catch. Third and 18. Here's the snap. Rolling out to his right-hand side. Woodson flips it out to his receiver. Did he make the catch? If he did, it's about a 3 or 4 yard gain. Regardless, it's going to be 4th down. See where they place it. I think the ball actually skips. So, yeah, they're going to say he trapped the ball. It'll be 4th and 18. Nothing doing here. It's Tulane leads us 21-0. Once again, remember the halftime numbers. Tulane was 18.5-point favorite coming out of the break. The other key number, it was 32.5 was the over-under. Here's the snap. The kick is high. The kick is deep. Going back. Making the fair catch at the 20-yard line for the Green Wave is number 83, Bryce Bohannon. And that is where Tulane will set up camp. Leading by 21, 14:41 left. We'll be back at a flash. Welcome back. Pistol formation for the Tulane Green Wave at their 21-yard line. Right to left across your radio dial. Here's the handoff up the right-hand side. Rumbling for about a 9-yard gain. Good scooch off to the right-hand side. That time it was Arnold, is by far his best run of the day. $14-19 left here in the fourth quarter. 2nd and 1. Pistol set. 3 high, 1 low. Here's the snap, the handoff off to the left-hand side, and Arnold's going to rumble his way down to about the 43, 44, maybe even the 45-yard line of Tulane, and it is a Green Wave first down.
Go, Green Wave.
So a good run there by Arnold. Maybe he's getting his feet a little warmed up here. Darian Mensah, by the way, just 124 yards passing. Pistol set. Here's the snap. Rolls out to the right side after the play action. Fires it over the left-hand side. That is a toss and a catch, a pitch and a catch, and a Tulane first down.
Green Wave.
Threw his first touchdown pass today, did Mensah, but he's actually been relatively accurate, and it's a little surprising that they didn't use him more in the passing game, but just trying to ease him in, I guess. 1st and 10, 12:50 left here in the fourth quarter. Pistol set, handoff off to the left-hand side, rolling up, just getting a shoestring tackle on Arnold, but he did push ahead for about 8 yards. Make that Bannings on that run. Second and 3, we'll call it. Pistol set. 2nd and 3. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, pushing ahead for a U.S. Navy first down. Excuse me, a Tulane first down. Got ahead of myself. 11:40 left here in the game. Tulane really starting to take the air out of the ball. Arkansas has creeped back in with Texas. It's 13-10 Longhorns as they begin the fourth quarter. Shotgun formation, pistol set, handoff up the left-hand side. Rumbling for about a 5 or 6 yard gain. Magee Hughes. It'll be 2nd and about 5. Hughes, 22 rushes for 82 yards today. Second and 5. Pistol set, 2 high, 1 low. Here's the play action. Mensah drops back to pass. He's going to run. He's got the first down and more. Rolling, pushing his way inside the 10-yard line, down to the 5, and a Tulane Green Wave first down.
Go, Green Wave.
Good keeper. Tucked the ball and ran. The thing you're most impressed by on that play, not just be able to get off and go, but also going towards the left sideline. He put the ball, switched it over into his left arm, tucked it away so the defender could not punch it out. First and goal, ball about the 6-yard line. Here's the snap. Keeper up the middle, diving ahead, down to the 1-yard line. Just a few feet away from pay dirt. It'll be second and goal. Ty Thompson, the backup quarterback, came in for the play. Looked like it was a design run. So second and goal. Three-back set. One high. Shotgun formation. Here's the handoff. No, it's going to be a play action. Touchdown, Green Wave!
Go, Green Wave. Wave, get loud.
1-yard touchdown catch by Alex Bowman, the tight end. He was wide open on the inside track, and it's 27-0. Tulane. Nine plays, 79 yards, 5:22 off the clock on that drive. 9:19 on the clock. The kick is up. The kick is high. The kick is good, and it's 28-0 Green Wave. We'll be back in a flash. Navy gets the ball, trying to get on the board. Welcome back. 28-0 your score. Kickoff from the 35-yard line is high and deep from Tulane, in and out of the back of the end zone of the Navy Midshipmen. Navy will set up shop at the 25-yard line of Navy, trailing 28-0. You know, Navy would at least like to get on the board, avoid the shutout. I think they'd feel a lot better about themselves if they could punch it through for pay dirt. Tulane on their way to should be a pretty good matchup. Tulane versus Army for the AAC championship game on championship weekend. Here's the snap. The fumble is out, and Tulane's got it. And it is a turnover, a sack, a smack, and the Green Wave offense will be back on track. The ball at the 20-yard line now. Tulane takes over with 9:13 on the clock. Wow. Hard to see what happened there. It looked like Woodson on the keeper around the right side. The ball was stripped. That's exactly what happened. The ball was stripped by number 91 King, and then jumping on it was Brown. Remember, he had the big turnover earlier with the interception. Sorry, Howard. Howard, what a day he has had. Pistol formation. 1st and 10 on the 20-yard line. Here's the handoff up the middle. Grinding and pushing his way for about a 3-yard gain, maybe even 4. It'll be 2nd and about 6, maybe a very short 7. Second and 7. 8:50 on the clock. Shotgun formation, 2 high, 1 low. Here's the snap. Dropping back to pass, going to take off and run. And run he will all the way down inside. Looks like, did he get in the end zone? It is very close. Diving ahead was the quarterback, Mensa. He either got it, they're going to mark him just short. What an athletic run. Skipped his way through. Man, that is close. That is really close. They're going to take a look at that. You look at the back side of that. It almost looked like Mensa. Let's see, where did he go to? I think his elbow might have touched before he rolled over in the end zone. So 1st and goal, ball inside the 1-yard line. Pistol formation. Time is called. It's maybe a chance to look at the review, but they're going to take a look at the review. But I do believe they got the call right. They take a look at that. Looking at the out-of-town scoreboard, Arkansas trailing 20-10. They're running out of time there as they try to. It's an old rivalry renewed, Arkansas and Texas. If you grow up watching the Southwest Conference like I did, that is a throwback. Reunited by the Southeastern Conference realignment. Games going on right now on the scoreboard. Michigan State, Illinois just getting underway. They're scoreless in the first. Temple leads Florida Atlantic in the second, 3-0. Jacksonville State, Florida International, 10-10 in the second quarter. Alabama, 21-0 over Mercer. They're just starting the second. Kentucky, 17-0 over Murray State. 5 minutes till halftime there. Coastal Carolina, they lose a tough one in Marshall, 17-7. Auburn, 24, Louisiana Monroe, 7. 8 minutes in the third there. Louisiana Tech 12-7 over Western Kentucky. 52 seconds left on that game, but Louisiana Tech does have the ball. Liberty trails 28-21. 6 minutes left in that one. They have the ball. Clemson, 10-point lead late in the third quarter. Pittsburgh with the ball. Colorado cruising 28-16 as they start the fourth. And Ohio State has come back to take a 31-7 lead for trailing 7-0 in the second quarter in that one. The ruling on the field as they come back from the call was confirmed. I don't know why that took that long. It was pretty obvious when you slowed it down. His elbow, his entire forearm hit the ground, and then he rolled over. Mensa rolled over into the end zone, sticking the ball out. So though he wasn't down, he was down by the rule of college football. So, first and goal inside the 1-yard line. Tulane looking to punch it in. Up 28-0. I formation. Play action pass. Rolling out on the right-hand side. Wide open. Touchdown, Tulane Green Wave. Wide open touchdown pass. Arnold Barnes, as he's really woken up here in the second half. Barnes completes a 3-play, 20-yard drive of a minute and a half, and they are up 34-0, Tulane. The snap is up, the kick is high, the kick is good, and it is 35-0. Tulane, we've still got 7 minutes to go. Don't go anywhere. Navy trying to get on the board. Welcome back. The kickoff is high and deep in and out of the end zone. And the Navy Midshipmen and Navy will set up shop at their own 25-yard line, trailing 35-0, 7.5 minutes to go here in the game. Game where Tulane is just really methodically taking the ball up and down the field. Navy hamstrung by the injury to their quarterback, Horvath, so Woodson has taken over for the majority of the game. Really only saw Horvath for that one series. Shotgun formation. Handoff is up the left-hand side, moving ahead for about a 5-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 5 for Navy. $7:10 to go. Clock ticking down. Navy trailing by 35. Ball at the 30. Keeper by Woodson off to the left-hand side. He'll spin ahead for about a 4-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and 1. Navy not in a hurry to snap the ball either, and the way they run their offense, they'll be content. They would like to score before the end of the game, but they're not going in any kind of hurry-up fashion as they dive ahead for what should be a Navy first down. Bit of a tush-push with Woodson and company. They did give him the first down nod. So 1st and 10. Just over 6 minutes to go. Pittsburgh trails 17-7 to Clemson. They do have the ball and they are driving. Illinois and Michigan State, they put a couple of scores on the board. 7-7 there. Here's the handoff off to the left-hand side. Rumbling up for about a 6-7 yard gain. It'll be 2nd down. Looks like Michigan State actually missed that extra point, so it's 7-6 Illinois over Michigan State there in the first quarter. A late start to that one. They began the game at 2:30 Eastern. Second and 4. Woodson under center. Man in motion. Up the right-hand side. Here's the snap. Rolls out to his right. He's going to get dropped and sacked. About a 5-yard loss. Looked like they were trying to roll out to the right and then throw it deep, and when he went to plant his feet, he was swarmed by the Tulane Green Wave defense. It'll be 3rd and 9. Both teams content to run the ball. So this will end up being a pretty quick football game for college football terms. Game started just after noon kickoff, and we'll finish it up shortly after 3 p.m. Most of your other games will still be about a half hour or so to go. 3rd and 9. The throw's over the middle. It is about a 1, maybe 2-yard gain, and it's going to be 4th and 7 for the Midshipmen. And I can't imagine, are they going to go for it? The ball is on their own 37-ish yard line. It's 4th and 6. I guess they are going to go for it, thinking that if they don't get it, the Tulane would just run out the clock, and now they have changed their mind. They're going to rush the punt unit out there onto the field. Still 10 seconds left before on the play clock. Here's the snap. The kick is high. The kick is deep, and it is fair caught at about the Tulane 28-yard line. And the Green Wave leading 35-0. 3:46 to go. Will take over. A couple of big SEC games tonight. Tennessee and Georgia, 7:30 Eastern. That's the big one on ABC. Also on ABC, it's a doubleheader. LSU and Florida. That game will start at about 3:30 Eastern, so shortly after this game. They had the noon kickoff over there, so they're doing an SEC triple header all on ABC. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Keeper off to the right-hand side, rumbling up, fighting his way. It's Ty Thompson, the junior backup quarterback. He'll get a handful of yards. It'll be second down. Might have gotten as many as 9 on that carry. Second and 1. Ball to 35. Clock continues to wind down. 3:05 on the game clock. Here's the snap. Hands it off the middle. Barnes will get stopped just past the line of scrimmage. He'll still be almost a yard short, and it's 3rd and 1. Got to figure Tulane's going to snap the ball. Eat enough clock to where they'll get one more snap before the 2-minute warning. DJ Lagway, by the way, is back for the Gators. So they do expect him to play the entire game. That could be a fun one. High-scoring affair possibly in the Swamp. 3rd and 1. Quarterback keeper, Ty Thompson. He bobbles the snap, but is able to dive ahead for a Tulane first down, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning. Tulane leads at 35-0. As they will try to end this game short and sweet when we come back. Green Wave looking for a shutout against the Midshipmen. Welcome back. Two minutes to go here. Tulane leads 35-0. First down, handoff. It's going to be a keeper, actually. Off to the left-hand side, Ty Thompson pushes ahead for about a 3-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 7. Really no need to do anything but knee on the ball as Ty Thompson looks over to the sidelines. It does not look like Navy would even think about calling a timeout. We'll have to see how they play it. 2nd and 7, Ty Thompson looking under center. Here's the snap. He'll push his way ahead, not sure why, but he will get stopped for no gain. It'll be 3rd down, so Tulane should be able to take one more snap and then wrap this puppy up. Tulane will have their first shutout in 311 games versus FBS opponents. It was the longest active streak here for FBS teams. I mean, we're talking about damn near 30 years. 3rd and 7, the snap. Takes the knee, and Ty Thompson in the Green Wave will win this one 35-0. A game where Tulane dominated it from start to finish, and once Horvath went down, there really wasn't much of a chance of Navy to come back. The final numbers, Woodson ended up 3 for 10 for 13 yards passing and interception. You're not going to win a lot of college football games in 2024 doing that. They did end up with 100 yards rushing. Tulane, on the other hand, Darian Mensah, 10 for 14, 138 yards through the air. He also got his first rushing touchdown of his career. 8 for 57 on the ground for Mensah. We'll give him the game ball. Other standouts, Mackay Hughes, 22 carries, 82 yards. He scored 2 touchdowns. Barnes, 12 for 62. And as a team, they ran for 221 yards and 3 touchdowns. Tulane will head to the AAC championship game to face Army. Depending on where they stick that game, that may be the game we bring to you on championship weekend. For all the guys and gals behind Braves Country Radio, I'm Mac Magee signing off. Tulane 35, Navy nothing. It's a final.